Assembly, can I encourage you to come into the hall and settle down, please, because it is 2 o'clock. It's all right, I got the microphone on this time. Do we have any notices?
I don't think we do have any notices.
Do you have any notices?
No. Just trying to think, has anyone known? No one has given me anything.
Right. Assembly, I have an apology to make. For some reason, we do not appear to have any notices, and I realise that this is unreasonable. So my apologies for that, and we will try to put that right by the next session. We're moving on to papers N1 and N2, so they start on page 206 and go on for some time. And in the absence of our General Secretary, we have Steve Faber pretending to be him rather than Adrian Bully pretending to be him. Thank you, Steve.
Thank you, Moderator. Presenting the work in progress when we were discussing how this business was to be presented, and the General Secretary made lots of notes and not many of us did, so we spent a little bit of time trying to reconstruct our discussion on Friday evening. But we do remember that the General Secretary hadn't intended to spend a lot of time going through the detail of paper N1. The paper explains where we've got to so far and some of the directions that we are still going to explore. It's not intended to be a completed piece of work that we can bring to this assembly. It shows a number of these areas that are works in progress. It's our hope and our intention to bring substantive resolutions to General Assembly next year. Members of Assembly will see that we have embarked on a number of pieces of research because we want to bring practical, evidence-based proposals to a future Assembly. But that does, of course, mean that we need the time to gather data and evidence before we can do that. One of our concerns was that we had very little to bring to General Assembly this year by way of concrete proposals, and we don't want to just give long rambling introductions about what we're up to. We had, for example, drafted for this Assembly a paper on what are the middle good governance. Feedback from those with whom we consulted, especially the synod moderators, identified the need for a significant redrafting of that work, which we couldn't do in time in order to consult further and meet the deadline for the Book of Reports. So that is work that we will be coming back to in a substantially different format. So it was clear that it wasn't the right time to bring that particular piece of work to Assembly this year. We are seeking to listen to the Church and to be responsible and responsive in bringing proposals. I think it's worth making clear, Moderator, that we're not seeking to bring about change for the sake of change. We don't have the time or the inclination to rearrange deck chairs on the Titanic, to seek to make pointless changes, but neither are we prepared to accept that this ship that we know and love as the United Reformed Church is inevitably sinking. We do not accept that. We do not accept the inevitability of decline or extinction. In all our discussions, we're speaking of the life-giving spirit at work in the Church. If paper N1 doesn't fully convey that message, well, we're sorry. We're working under pressures of time, of course, as is everybody else. But that is always on our agenda. How are we going to give life to the Church? How are we seeking to enable the United Reformed Church to hear from the Spirit and cooperate with how the Spirit would have us move? It's said that the best time to plant a tree is 20 years ago, and the second best time is now. Many of the changes that we are anticipating as being necessary as part of this process might best have been made 20 or 25 or more years ago, and by accidents of history and by overt decisions of past assemblies that chose not to make some of the changes that we're looking at again. We either had not anticipated the need for, or found that we weren't ready to make some of these significant changes. We believe that we are at a point where we need to give a number of these matters careful but urgent consideration, that we cannot bury our head in the sand, that we cannot kick the can down the road further, pick your own metaphor for inaction. We will need to make important decisions to fit us for our future life. We started in our opening worship of this General Assembly receiving news of 44 churches that have closed since the last Assembly. We know that there have already been others that have closed but missed the cut for reporting closure. Similar stories of decline can be found around the URC, yet we do not think it is too late to make significant changes to fit the United Reformed Church for the next decades of our life together. Moderator, I present paper N1. You may wish to invite question and comment on that paper, but of course we welcome feedback from the previously advertised email address, churchlifereview@urc.org.uk.
Thank you, Steve. As Steve has said, there's the dedicated email address, and it would be good for comments to go there. But at this point in Assembly, if there are comments that you feel would be really helpful for the whole Assembly to hear, rather than just the Church Life Review group, then we will just have a few minutes now to share those comments, or possibly questions, but Steve reserves the right to say he doesn't know the answers. It was a good lunch, wasn't it? Steve, I think we can move on to paper N2.
I'm very grateful, Moderator, and to the Assembly for not giving me a hard time. However, we now turn to the resolutions in paper N2. Moderator, I don't think I need to say very much in introducing these structures. The proposals are explained in the paper. We are essentially asking, first of all, with Resolution 27 for acceptance and support of our initial thinking about changes to the General Assembly Committee structure with an associated change to the staffing structure in Church House. But again, we don't believe that this is the final piece of work to be done, the final thing to be said. So we are inviting Assembly's permission to bring finalised proposals to Assembly Executive in November and authorising Executive to make changes as it sees fit. Moderator, I move Resolution 27.
Thank you, Steve. So we are in the information session on this, so questions for more information or for clarification. And if you're online, if you use the raised hand function.
Moderator, General Assembly, Susan Rand, Northern Synod. In reading the papers, it would appear to say that the Equalities Committee is to be disbanded under the current suggestions. Is this correct?
Okay. Taking further questions.
Moderator, Romilly Micklem, Wessex. I would be grateful if we could have, at some point, some sort of indication of what the expectation is under the financial impact. I appreciate that it's very difficult to be very specific about it, but it would be very helpful to know what sort of reduction in costs we're talking about. Is it pence, pounds, hundreds of pounds, thousands of pounds?
Okay. Any further questions at this stage?
Ruth Whitehead, South Western Synod, and looking at point 6.4, where it says the work of the new Church Life Committee would be developed by staff secretaries. I wondered how many. They're enumerated for the Mission Committee. They're not enumerated for the Church Life Committee, and the diagram doesn't seem to offer any help. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And Helen Lidgett online. Helen, your video's off as well at the moment.
Sorry. Apologies for that, moderator. Helen Lidgett, a convener of Assembly nominations. I'm looking at the diagram towards the end of the proposed new committee structure and noting underneath that it says in brackets with highest level staffing, and nominations committee is listed there floating separately from anything else. And I wondered what the thinking was about the staffing of the nominations committee. And it's referring back to what it says in 5.3 about operational decisions, work being done at a staff and officer level.
Thank you. Chrissy's only waiting to take photographs of you, Bridget.
Bridget McClym, Wessex. I've got a very general question, which is that the work that you've described is setting off on an initial phase and then you're going to develop it. To what extent are you going to involve the wider church in that discussion? Because it seems to me, first time in assembly and all that, that actually there's a risk we are quite remote in our local churches from what's happening in Church House, and it'd be quite good, even at this kind of structural discussion, for the wider church to be involved. So that's a question. How are we going to be involved?
Thank you.
John Bremner, Synod of Scotland, Ecumenical and Interfaith Relations Officer for the Synod of Scotland. So I'm speaking really to 6.3 in the paper N2, but also to 6.11. One of my concerns about the current structure of the URC is that there is I would say there is really no specific ecumenical committee. It seems to me there's a complex and close relationship between.
Sorry, John, have you got a question?
Well, yes. There will be a question, moderator.
Can we move on to the question?
We will work very quickly towards the question here. It seems to me that I'm really asking whether it might be possible to consider whether, in the same way that Faith and Order is an independent committee which reports directly to whoever it will be, the General Secretary, presumably, or the General Secretariat, whether there might not also be an ecumenical committee doing the same. Partly because, for me, it seems obvious, but not always to everyone, that ecumenism and faith and order are in many ways two sides of the same coin.
Thank you. We've got a couple of people waiting to speak here, I think.
Megan Westgarth, Yorkshire Synod. So the Qualities Committee is going to be disbanded, but my kind of not concern, but how will this make sure that a Qualities Committee is still being prioritised, because this is such a big part of just daily church running, I guess, and it is a big thing.
Okay, I'm not seeing any more people queuing up to speak. Steve may be able to give a few answers there, I hope.
I shall certainly try, moderator, and thank you for indicating to Assembly that I might reserve the right to take the questions away. Perhaps I might deal with that last question, which was also the first question, first about the role of a Qualities Committee. One of our key concerns is that we have an enormous establishment that really fits a much bigger denomination than we are, and let's be honest, than we are likely to be. And so we are trying to find ways to reduce the hundreds of people who are serving as volunteers on General Assembly committees and on General Church House staff. Not so much the staffing, but certainly the number of volunteers involved. So equalities will be the work of everybody in the United Reformed Church, rather than having a committee to oversee it. Each of the committees and each person working in and for the United Reformed Church will be responsible for equalities matters. So that's the line of thinking so far. The detailed financial impact, I don't have, Romilly. I think that's a fair question. There is some indication in the heading of the paper that we will be reducing the senior staffing establishment in Church House through this. I don't think it would usually be the practice to discuss details of salary savings on the floor of Assembly. But I don't have that number anyway, so I'm not trying to be evasive, I just don't know. Ruth asked how many staff secretaries will be in the Church Life Committee. Again, I think I need more time to look at that, and somebody else may have the answer immediately. The Deputy General Secretary is going to ride like a white knight to my rescue.
In terms of the Church Life Committee, we're talking about 3 staff secretaries: the Secretary for Education and Learning, the Secretary for Ministries, and the Head of Children's and Youth Work.
Thank you. That's a clear and very
Adrian,
helpful
you might
answer.
want to stay in this area so that
Yes,
if you're needed again.
Absolutely. So, given Adrian's ability to transform into a whole number of people, we might well rely on that. Helen Lidgett asked about the staffing of the nominations committee. My understanding is that there is not there now, and there won't be staff posts assigned to the nominations committee. That's a voluntary committee, and if I'm wrong, I'll gladly be corrected. Bridget asked a very interesting question about how we're going to involve the wider church. We've had a number of conversations at Assembly Executive, with the ministers gathering at General Assembly, but still we absolutely recognise that's only reaching a portion of the church and not the whole church. Again, I don't know is the honest answer, and I'll give nothing less than the honest answer. I think that's an interesting question, and I shall happily feed that back in. And John, I think lastly, John Bremner asked about should there be a specific ecumenical committee. I think it's not our intention that should be the case. There is a provision for ecumenism built again through the URC, as we affirmed yesterday in our business, but there is the structure for ecumenical matters to be dealt with in the current and in future arrangements. So I don't think we would be at all keen to create a new committee with that brief when we're trying to reduce the voluntary staffing structure of the denomination.
Thank you. I'm not seeing any more hands online or people queuing up here. Just briefly, is anybody else looking for information? I think then we move on to the discussion stage. So this is the place at which you can become opinionated. So,
Simon Walkling, National Synod of Wales. I'd like the group to reconsider what's been said about the Equalities Committee. When a job becomes everybody's job, it's a short step to nobody doing it. And I think there's an important role for Equalities Committee that's both internal and external. Externally, it shows that we're committed to the issues concerned, and internally it has a monitoring role which is significant. And without people whose main focus that is, I think it could easily slip down agendas and be forgotten. It was instituted because we recognised that we needed it, and the issues of inequality and representation and fairness and and adaptability to different people's needs has not gone away.
Susan Rand, Northern Synod. I agree with everything that Simon said. I feel that if it's you're right that every part of the church should be concerned with equalities. However, my experience is both within the church and without the church, it's not. Committees have long agendas and other things take priority. I feel it's important to have a group of people who can focus on equalities and pick up the changing world, and it's a changing church. And they can focus on whichever groups of people are disadvantaged and find out why it's been disadvantaged and also monitor what the church is doing. I think it's a retrograde step. In the life of the church, equalities it wasn't there from the beginning. I think it would be a real shame if it's just shared out, therefore diluted between all the other committees. Everybody should feel it's very important, but there needs to be some people that are working specifically on that.
Thank you. We go to Alan Yates online, please.
Alan Yates, Education and Learning Committee. I welcome this paper particularly in the way that it is striving to simplify the administration and direction provided to our denomination. However, can I caution against a very common pitfall that happens in industry and in churches, that we start our transformation with a structural reorganization, and that is what is appearing to happen here. The best way is to define the processes that we need. Having done that, you establish the resources needed to manage and drive those processes. Having done that, you then set an organization in place to serve the processes and those who operate them. I have to admit, I think the conversation we've had recently, or just now, about the Qualities Committee emphasizes that we do not appear to understand what processes are going to be put in place once the committee is disbanded. And I think that's the wrong way around. You need to have those processes decided first, and then you sort out the organisation. Thank you.
Thank you. Michael, I think you were next in... Sorry, David was next in that queue.
David North from Wessex Synod. My day job is in IT, and one of my very favourite words is automation. And I would like to encourage, if we put this through, I would like to encourage those writing the job spec for the COO role that we put some emphasis on IT literacy and imagination, so that we can try and ensure that staff and volunteer time is not being spent on doing anything that a machine could do for us. I think there are often challenges trying to do that in your local church if you don't have someone like me, but I think when we're talking about paid jobs at the centre, there's a golden opportunity to build that in.
Thank you, David, and I think Steve will take note of that for the Resolution 28. Online, George Farris.
Moderator, may I have permission to speak?
Are you not a member, George?
No, I'm in attendance.
Oh, right.
I probably can't speak on nominations matters, which is what I want to do. I want to suggest that consideration is given to merging nominations and equalities. Thank you.
Thank you. Right, Michael.
Thank you, Moderator. Michael Hopkins Clark. I've got two small points and one more substantive one. The two small points, I note that I think I'm right in saying, can't see where Geoffrey is to confirm this, I think the Methodist Church, instead of having an Equalities Committee, has an Equalities, Diversity and Inclusion staff member who actually is able to devote more time to that than a committee does. I'll just float that. The second minor point is I did wonder, Administration and Resources Committee type stuff is often known in many other bodies as a Finance and General Purposes Committee, and that might be a little bit more of what it says on the tin. But my main point was about the business committee at 6.5.3, which is on page 219. What's written in that paragraph does not adequately cover arrangements for the work of the business committee. I'm quite happy if the Assembly decides to do away with the business committee and make other arrangements. But what we have in the report is nowhere near enough to do that yet. And actually my personal preference would therefore be for that paragraph to receive further work, either by being withdrawn from the report or referred back for further work.
Thank you. Can we go to Helen Lidgett online, please?
Sorry, I nearly put myself off there. Yeah, I'd like some rethinking about the how the work of the nominations committee is actually going to operate. And I think what Alan Yates said is really important, because he talked about defining the processes we need and therefore the resources we need. I don't know whether the Church Life Review actually understands how complex the work of the nominations committee secretary is. And it suggests it would be less with fewer committees. Nowhere is a mention of the various organisations to which nominations are made on behalf of the URC, which all come through the nominations committee first. So actually it's already a bigger job than it appears from this report. And what George has thrown in about combining nominations equalities throws another thought that we may need to give attention to. So I actually think more conversation needs to go on about how we manage this very important aspect of the life of the church.
Whoever's next in the line there, because it's not a line. I'm sorry, I can't keep track of who's arrived in this line when.
Thank you, Moderator. Anthony Obi, Thames North Synod. Firstly, a big shout out to the Youth Assembly for preparing this hat for me, not to lower the tone of the conversation, and I have the tie to match. Thank you. I would just, given what's transpired over the last few days in terms of us addressing the legacies of slavery, and also given the fact that in the world of commerce and industry, having these issues high on the agenda, certainly in terms of governance, in many instances there will be committees that are dedicated to looking at issues around environmental, social and governance issues. And equalities is certainly, I believe, under that, and you might have a diversity committee coming under that. So I would agree with the angst expressed around the elimination of an Equalities Commission, and I would strongly urge you to reconsider that, because clearly, as has already been pointed out, when it's left off the agenda, we lose track of it, and somebody needs to be chasing this down. We've started to build up a head of steam around this, so let's not take our foot off the pedal. I also have to agree with Alan. We need to decide what processes that we are going to have before we start to look at structure. I agree with having a COO to release the moderators and some of the other ministers so they can start thinking about vision and the Church Life Review. But that's only part of the solution, I believe. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to go to Anne Lewitt online because she is convener of Equalities and so might want to speak on this same topic. And can I just remind people in the hall to speak out to the people in the hall so that both they and the people online can see them. So Anne.
Thank you, Moderator. Anne Lewitt, convener of Equalities Committee. I'm actually the retiring convener, so this is sort of my last chance to say this, but I really want to say big thank you to everybody who's spoken so far in support of the Equalities Committee, none of whom, honestly, they're not stooges. I haven't spoken to anybody about this. We were going to talk about it at the next meeting where somebody else will be convening. I would like to say that the Equalities Committee is relatively cheap. Now, I know this isn't all about money, but we have no staff members. It's interesting that Michael suggested maybe we should be replaced by a staff member. At the moment, we have no staff members, and we haven't had a meeting in person since before COVID. Even before then, we were trying to persuade people to have meetings online, and that's what we have done entirely for the last few years. And just perhaps my last point, I think we may be one of the few committees where not all our members, but quite a number of them volunteer. Yes, we do try to get nominations, to find us nominations sometimes, but we also have quite a lot of people who ask to be on equalities. I suspect that doesn't happen with many committees. Thank you.
Thank you. Jo.
Jo Harris, Youth Assembly Moderator. I think right now I'm speaking on behalf of quite a few of our young people. And we, as much as I am in support of this new structure, I think that it's great. I mean, URC is kind of known for being, you know, you have a committee, subcommittee, and then a task group for the subcommittee. So, you know, that kind of takes away from that. However, a lot of us feel that without equalities, it's a backward step for the URC. And if we're thinking forward, then we should be thinking forward, not backwards.
Can we go online to Mark Woodhouse, please?
Moderator, Mark Woodhouse from South Western Synod. Just a question really, there's a lot in the document about discipleship and all of that. However, and obviously the whole committee is the mission committee, but I kind of struggle to see where those key things are happening in the flow chart, in the organisation plan. And I don't see anything in there, and this might be in another committee somewhere else, I don't see anything in there about prayer, about mission in general, about evangelism, about social responsibility and working within the community, and discipleship generally. I see walk in the way and fresh expressions, which is great, but those other things don't actually seem to be in there unless I'm reading this all wrong, which I could well be. And it may be that that's another committee and another place. But I'd really like to know where these things are being kind of really worked on and helping the church to do mission specifically, and evangelism and social care and discipleship. Thanks ever so much.
Bromley, then Ruth.
Bromley, Micklem, Wessex. Just want to endorse what Alan Yates said, but also take us a step back. Processes take you from A to B. That's what a process does. So let's make sure that we know where B is before we start saying we need a process. But we do need the processes. We need to define what they are. Form follows function. Agree with Alan, but let's make sure we know what the destination of the process is before we start building them.
Ruth Whitehead, South Western Synod. I struggle with the resolution that we welcome the initial thinking. I welcome the fact that there has been initial thinking, and I welcome some of the thinking, but the thought that we think one Deputy General Secretary can deal with two massive committees populated by at least 3 each staff secretaries, plus possibly other members of staff, it feels like the work of the church is being squeezed into one pot, and then the work of Church House is being squeezed into another pot. And if the two don't talk to one another, I think we're sunk. The core of the church is not Church House. Sorry, Church House staff. The core of the church is being the body of Christ. The centre, in some ways, depending on your geography, but perhaps the centre of the organisation in some ways is Church House. But Church House exists to serve the needs of the wider church, just as I say constantly as a synod moderator, the synod exists to support and enable the local church to be the local church. And the synod staff exist to allow the synod to do what it needs to do. I think we need the same thinking to be there about church house staff. This is not saying they're not lovely people who all do a wonderful job. They are more and more people who do a more and more complex job. And if we split off church house from the church, I think the ship will sink even quicker. Thank you.
Thank you. John and then Laura.
Thank you, Moderator. John Skipworth, North West Synod. I actually came to this thinking this is a good idea, and there is a lot of very good stuff in here. Congratulate you on the early work. But then it occurred to me that perhaps this session was incorrectly titled, and it should be a review of life in church house, because that is partly the way it has come. We've heard of the disconnect between church house and the congregations that make up the United Reformed Church. And I ask, as we look at it future and as the group goes back, I am hopeful that we will build those links. If I wasn't involved in North West Synod and previously in Thames North Synod, I wouldn't really understand a little bit about the work of the church and how we all come together in the Lord's service. I did have one hope when I read it the first time, that somehow in the 46 years I've been a member of the United Reformed Church, I might actually have a diagram of church house staff, which I could understand. Thank you very much, Moderator, and congratulations to everybody on the work they've already done. I will be supporting the resolutions.
Laura Everard, GA URC Youth Rep. I really welcome the work of the Church Life Review Group. I feel like a lot of people have already said there is a disconnect between a lot of the levels of the church, and there's communication problems, which I feel like I felt personally, and a lot of other members of the General Assembly have also felt, from especially in their local churches to General Assembly. And part of that problem, I believe, is the amount of committees that we have. The fact that everyone kind of is so individual that it's hard to get an overall picture of the URC because it's almost spread too thin. However, that being said, I also agree that I think the work of the Equalities Committee and a lot of the committees that we have do really important work. I feel like Equalities Committee are really the leaders of our church in terms of equalities issues, and I think that'd be really sad to lose that. However, I'd still be happy to support this motion because this motion is not saying if we pass this, we will disband all these committees and immediately restructure. This is still part of a process which they're going to bring back to Assembly Executive in November. And I know November is a very short period of time for a turnaround of the kind of rethinking and that we've been doing at General Assembly. And, you know, maybe it won't pass if we bring it to Assembly Executive this year. But I think knowing that this is not an instantaneous change, but is going to be part of, it's going to be taken on, having heard this discussion, I would be happy to support this resolution.
And Elizabeth.
Elizabeth Welsh, former General Assembly moderator. I'm interested in these proposals, and I want to focus on one particular aspect on page 220, 611.2, about the Faith, Order and Worship Advisory Group. And I want to do that because I think the biggest issue in front of the church today is what do we believe about the 1 in 3, 3 in 1 God, and how do we connect with that God and speak of God into our world, and how are we actually led by the Holy Spirit to do this? And it seems to me that the Faith and Order and Worship Group is central to the thinking about that. And in a largely secular society, we need to do a lot more thinking about how do we speak about God and live out what God is calling us to and discover what it is that God is calling us to in any one particular part of the church. And I think my particular anxiety about paragraph 611 is where it says the advisory groups would be essentially reactive. And I feel that the faith, if there is a faith, order and worship advisory group, and I think to have a group focusing on faith, order and worship takes us to the heart of who we are in relation to who God is. But it feels to me like it would be a disappointment that it would be essentially reactive, because it seems to me it needs to be at the heart of discerning where the Spirit is leading, and that is open to being proactive across the church, hearing the voices of where the Spirit is in many different parts of the church, and being proactive to that listening and responding to the Spirit. So my concern is moving the Faith, Order and Worship Advisory Group to being proactive rather than reactive. Thank you.
I'm not seeing anybody else wait to speak, either online or in the hall. So, Steve, do you want to respond to the discussion?
Thank you, moderator, and thank you to all who have been contributing so far. I think that rather than trying to answer each individual point, let me just give Assembly an assurance that I've been making furious notes, and I think my other colleagues who are here on the review group have been doing similarly, and we will feed those back into further conversation. Resolution 27 is enabling rather than determinative. It's saying that we've done some work and we're going to go and do some more work and bring back final proposals. I cannot clearly commit as to what those final proposals will be, but having heard those comments, we will certainly carry those into the next level of our conversation. I think 2 points that I would particularly like to make. One around the general question of process and the order in which things are being done. We are undertaking research, as I said in my introduction. We are trying to find out how things are working and not working at the moment, so that we can seek to use an informed outcome of that research into shaping final proposals. So that's what our process is. We're trying to gather facts and information and opinion and till the soil to see if we can bring forth new growth. That's the aim. In the same way that Ruth was saying that the purpose of the synod is to serve the local church, we want this process to serve the whole of the United Reformed Church, but we've got to do some preparatory work out in the garden before we can see fruit. And there was something else as well I was going to... So generally, the point about the Equalities Committee, we're those of us who are here in the room have heard those comments. Again, I'm not committing as to whether we will make changes in our proposals, and that will ultimately be for the councils of the church to determine, not the Church Life Review Group. But we must take seriously the fact that equalities cannot be put into the responsibility solely of a small group of people. Whatever structure backs it up, it must still be the responsibility of the whole church to work for equality, diversity and inclusion. And I'm certain that General Assembly would want to agree with that point, at least.
Thank you, Steve. I was about to check whether we were ready to move on to the decision-making, having... So I had somebody from the floor wanting to get up. And Michael, are you making some point of...
Moderator Michael Hopkins-Clark, I don't think I had any answer at all to my question about the paragraph about the business committee.
Moderator, if I may, I don't believe that the clerk asked a question during the questions for clarification in session. However, it's one of those things that is written down and will be subject for further conversation. I accept the clerk's principle absolutely that the paragraph in the report 653 does not cover completely the work of the Business Committee, and we will reflect further on that point.
So, can I just ask Assembly whether we are ready to move to the decision making on this? So online, that's the green or red buttons, and in the room, orange or blue. We have a couple of blue cards in the room, one of whom was somebody who was hoping to speak. I'm hoping that somebody else will have kept an eye on the online. If you are wanting to speak online, please raise a hand. So those of you who have blue cards, if you have something specific to say, this is your opportunity. So I'd invite you to the microphone. Kai, you'll get there first. Go on.
Mordecai Weinberg, Yorkshire Synod. On the point about making equalities the responsibility of the whole church, I'd like to say that whilst it should be the responsibility of the whole church to move towards equalities, it is a principle of good organisational management that if you want to make sure something is done, you need someone who is responsible for making sure everyone else is doing it.
Carol Clack, Southern Synod. I put my blue card up because I'm not sure in my mind that I've got to a point of being able to say yes or no, because I think there are issues that are unsolved and still rumbling around. And I've been thinking, and I'm very new to this, but it feels like we're talking about, we're talking from a top to a down position. That it's about what's happening in church house. It might be a church life review, but it doesn't feel to me like it's a review from the grassroots going up. And that actually, and that maybe there's almost a point of grassroots church are waiting for the top part to come out with something, and then they'll get into action. But actually, there needs to be pro-action on every level. And in church, I don't know if I'm making myself very clear. And the consultation surely is bigger than what it is now, because there are so many, and I know we're all individuals and whatever, but it feels like it might constrict the individualism, and that we're bigger than that. So we can work together and have guidelines, but not cages.
Thank you. Got two people waiting to speak. If you can go first. And then I'm going to check out whether we're ready to make a decision.
Tony Langmead, South West Synod, Exeter. I've been in business all my life. It worries me that Resolution 28 comes after 27. Surely if you're going to appoint a chief executive officer or chief operating officer, that person must be in place to make decisions on how the structure of the office and the other committees are run.
Dan Morrell, Yorkshire Synod. Moderator, I didn't actually hold up a coloured card at all, but I think if I had thought a bit more, I probably would have held blue. Partly picking up on the point that Ruth Whitehead made around the fact that we are welcoming the fact that there has been thinking, but for me, the number of comments for, against, it doesn't really matter, the number of comments that have come out from this discussion, which I think has been really helpful regardless, means that for us to kind of almost, not fully, but almost rubber stamp it and allow Assembly Executive to act on our behalf, I'm very concerned about the fact that General Assembly tries to hold on to too much and doesn't delegate roles to groups of people such as Assembly Executive to act on their behalf. But how I would envisage this working is from today, the Church Life Review Group take away this very helpful feedback that's been provided, but that Assembly Executive in November does not make the final decision. Ideally, I would have liked to have seen this conversation in November and then perhaps this kind of almost final commendation to Assembly Exec to fully finish the year, the Assembly Executive after, if that makes sense. I don't think I can kind of put that into an amendment of any type, but I think I would just leave that with Assembly.
Okay, thank you all. And recognising this is, as has been said, an enabling resolution rather than a decision per se, can I just check out again, are you ready to make a decision? Sorry, I said I'd take 2 speakers and then ask the question as to whether we were ready again.
Moderator.
Sorry.
On advice from a member of Assembly who was sitting near me, I would like to propose an amendment. That General Assembly receives instead of welcomes the initial thinking, and then later on in the resolution, and it invites the Church Life Review Group to bring a further report to Assembly Executive in November 2022, and then I would have thought a full stop at that point, and removing the remainder of the resolution.
Okay, so just for clarity, that is that on the first line, General Assembly receives the initial thinking about a General Assembly committee structure, and slightly further down, it invites the Church Life Review Group to bring
a further report, or words to that effect.
A further report to Assembly Executive in November. Okay, so we need to deal with the amendment before we go any further. So could I check out whether there is a seconder to this? I had a feeling that Mr. Hopkins might come in as a seconder.
It's Doctor, actually.
Thank you, Reverend Dr. Michael Hopkins, sir. So I'm hoping that we will have the amendment on the screen before long. Steve, I realise that you're an individual here and not a committee convener, but I think you are the person tasked with making a decision as to whether this might be acceptable whilst looking at fellow members of the Church Life Review Group around the room.
I'm not seeing from my colleagues any immediate jumping up and down saying, no, this is utterly wrong. However, one of my colleagues has just indicated that she might wish to help. Would you like to invite Lindsay to contribute and help me? And Mel.
I've got Mel and
here. I haven't seen
Lindsay
where you
then.
come from.
Yeah, but I mean, perhaps you might actually like to come up on the platform, both of you, and support Steve here and bring your thoughts on the amendment. Just talk among yourselves for a minute while the Church Life Review Group has a subcommittee meeting. Thank you. Steve.
We would, of course, have much preferred that Assembly welcomed our initial thinking rather than receiving, but I really don't think we'll fall out over that. We've no problem with changing that verb at all. We are just slightly concerned about the proposal towards the end, because this is a proposal that's talking about Church House Committee structure and associated church house staffing, and we have got to make some urgent staffing decisions. Now, the detail of that is in Resolution 28, which I think we'll shortly come to, but we wouldn't want to commit to something which then prevents us talking about an urgent staffing change under Resolution 28. So with appropriate assurance, I think we would be happy with the tail end amendment as well.
If it helps, Moderator, I'm intending to support 28 enthusiastically.
So, Moderator, I think providing Assembly hears that, then I don't think we would have a difficulty with accepting that the whole of that amendment.
Okay, so recognising that the Church Life Review Group have accepted the amendment, can we do a vote on the amendment? So that's a poll online, and in the room, if you are in favour of the amendment, show a green card. Sorry, it's a poll online, not the green and red. It's appeared now. Well, it's appeared on my screen, but nobody seems to be voting online, which is slightly worrying. Just hold on a minute. The tech team are sorting it. Ah, right. I think you have voted and the results are there on my screen. Could I see in the room anybody against the amendment, please? Right, the amendment is very clearly carried. So we are now working with the amended Resolution 27. I don't know who's sitting where for what purpose now.
I've just ended up here. I don't
I'm just being obedient.
Right. Now that we have an amended version Resolution 27, can I see with your orange and blue cards or your red and green buttons, are you ready to make a decision on 27, please? I believe we are ready to make a decision, so can we move into the decision making? Oh, I'm sorry, sorry, were you raising green cards at the back there then? Can you wait for me to ask for them? Because from here, blue and green don't look that different. Sorry. Okay, so can we launch the poll online for 27, please? And in the room, if you are in favour of 27 as now amended. Thank you. And again, in the room, if you are voting against 27 as amended. I'm still all right, the poll is happening online now, thank you. And again, sorry, I'm just waiting for them to finish voting online. It is very clearly carried. So thank you. We have Resolution 27 carried. We move on to Resolution 28.
Moderator, very little to say other than to move this. We did take note of the comment earlier in discussion about should the COO have IT literacy as part of the person spec. That will be fed back in again for under advisement.
Thank you. So, Assembly, we are in the discussion stage. Sorry, not the discussion stage, the information stage. Is there anybody who needs further information on Resolution 28?
Ruth Whitehead, South Western Synod. I am struggling to remember the job description of the Deputy General Secretary, Admin and Resources. And so I'm struggling to understand the difference between that current role and the new role, whose acronym I've completely forgotten, and I just closed my book.
Chief Operating Officer, if it helps you.
Thank you. But I think it would help Assembly to understand better what the differences are between the old role and the new, and why it is so vital to change the title now before we've decided on the rest of the structure. Is it not possible to replace the Deputy General Secretary, Admin and Resources, and that person would understand that if there's a review of the structures, their title might change.
Okay, thank you.
But it feels like, again, putting the cart before the horse. Sorry, but the question is, what's the difference? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'm not seeing any other further questions for information, so I'm waiting for somebody from this little group. Thank you, Steve.
Thank you, moderator, and thanks for the question. The chief point about making the change in role is not just a fancy title. It serves two purposes. Firstly, we don't believe that the post, as we are proposing, would meet a genuine occupational requirement for this to be filled by a practicing Christian. And that then gives rise to some concern about if we were to recruit someone who is not a practicing Christian and quite possibly, well, presumably then not a member of the United Reformed Church, how, presumably, we're broad. I have my doubts. We might then get ourselves into some difficulties about trusteeship and the like, governance of the charitable aspects. So we want to open this out, this post out to a wider field. It's also a concern that Deputy General Secretary, Administration and Resources is not a title that will be widely recognised in the workplace. Chief Operating Officer is. So it's a title that will be more widely recognised and we hope will attract the right calibre of candidate. So that's the thinking.
I'm not seeing any more questions on the information session, so we'll move on to discussion at this stage.
Simon Walkling, National Synod of Wales. I would like the group to consider including in the role description something about managing hybrid working, facilitation skills, thinking about ways that different people can be involved in decision making. But I guess it's the hybrid working that I think is most appropriate to the role and should be included. And therefore I'm a bit uneasy about giving authority for a role description to be decided elsewhere when our appointments process uses that as the basis for the selection process. And so I'm just uneasy about that being decided without us seeing it.
I'm not... Sorry, are you coming back, Ruth? Sorry. No, that's okay.
I think what unsettles me about this, as it stands, is that it can read as saying that this post holder will serve Church House. And I know it doesn't say that, because it says, ensure that the work of Church House is serving the needs of the URC and the implementation of decisions of General Assembly and Assembly Executive. That's a long sentence. But I think it needs to be written in such a way as to make it clear this is someone who will serve the church, so that we don't seem to be splitting the work of Church House and the work of the church, because that's gone on far too much. We need to be building bridges, not walls. Thank you.
I'm sorry, Steph Atkins from Westminster College. I welcome some of the... I welcome that we have this kind of role being developed, but I do think that there is a distinctiveness about how we lead and operate in our conciliar nature that needs to be reflected more explicitly in this job description, because if you are applying to be a chief operating officer in a business, in a secular context, your understanding of leadership and management is very different to how we operate and talk to each other within the United Reformed Church. And so this person coming in might have a different understanding of how the councils of the church works, how consultation works, and how complicated our way of decision making is, however wonderful. And I feel like that needs to be more explicitly reflected to manage expectations. So this person doesn't become frustrated as well with how long it takes to change and do things as well. So yeah, thank you.
Very similar comment, moderator, about
Who
the COO.
are you?
Sorry, Bernard Fitter, Southern Synod. A COO, Chief Operating Officer, in business terms, has got the authority of running the business. The only part of the business that a COO in this structure can run is the office of Church House, as they don't have any authority over the rest of the church, because we are a conciliar church. So by nature of calling a chief operating officer, we're really talking about a glorified HR and admin and operations person, which is fine, but I think General Deputy Secretary might carry more than that. And I wonder if in the job description that is being recognized, I don't know. The other thing slightly concerning me, maybe related to that, is that you then choose to open it up to non-Christians as well. So that's related to it.
Okay, I'm not seeing anyone else queuing up to speak, so Steve, you might want to respond. Oh, sorry.
The invisible one. The Nevard Eastern Synod. Just looking at the indicative job description under the background presupposes the structure that we haven't yet decided on. So how are we going to vote? I know it says indicative job description, but I think we just need to be very careful that in agreeing this post, that we're not then presupposing something we've decided we need further thought about.
Steve?
On that last point, I think we accept that principle, and that will clearly be a matter of making sure that the post is advertised with what we know at the time and what has been agreed at the time. I think probably two other things. One is, again, thank you for the comments. We've got written down what's been said, and we'll feed that into further consideration. I think it would just help Assembly to hear that we are talking about a Chief Operating Officer, not a Chief Executive Officer. This is about managing the operation of the church, not about decision-making at an executive or strategic level. And I think that clarity might also be sensible.
I was about to ask whether we were ready to move to decision-making, but
Bernard,
go on.
Southern Synod. My point still stands. Chief Operating Officer is only responsible for the operation of Church House, not of the church.
Steve, do you want to say anything more to that? No. So the group don't want to say any more to that particular item. Can I then ask whether you are ready to move to decision making on Resolution 28? So using your orange or blue cards in the room and the red and green online. There are a number of blue cards, and I'm wondering whether there are matters that are different from what's already been said. Was there any red online? No. No, okay. So, yes, in the room.
Moderator Romilly Micklem Wessex. Just a suggestion, could we say operations officer?
Was that a formal moving of a
I seem to have a seconder, so yes, it's a formal move to amend.
So that was... Catherine Ball. Yeah, sorry, I got Catherine Ball. I didn't get the wording. Hopefully those at the back got the wording.
To simply replace Chief Operating Officer with Operations Officer.
Thank you. I am looking to the group here to see their response to that.
Moderator, I'm straying out towards the edge of a limb, but I think that as a group we might want to resist that change, because I think we might want to emphasise that this is a senior post and advertising for an operations officer might not attract the right calibre of candidate. But I'm not sure that we're ready to die in a ditch over that particular point. What we are keen is that Assembly agrees the creation of a job, because we'll need to get on with recruiting for it quite soon.
Okay, can I just take a straw poll in the room and online about your feel about the change which is not on the screen as yet? So if you feel warm to taking the word chief out, if you feel warm towards the amendment which is now on the screen, can you just show me an orange card, and if you are cool, a blue card?
Withdraw.
The amendment's been withdrawn and we're back to Resolution 28 as was. Thank you. There were others who weren't ready to make a decision, and so I'm inviting you, if you have new things to bring to the conversation.
Lithan Evard Eastern Synod, I think part of my concern is what Steve's just said, that we're in a hurry to recruit, and I'm not really sure we've done enough thinking about what's actually needed and what the results of that are going to be. So I would really rather not vote on this now, because I think there's more thinking that needs to be done about the implications of creating this post.
Hazel Starrett, South Western Synod.
Sorry, could I ask you to take your mask off when you're speaking so people can see your mouth as well? Thank you.
Apologies. Hazel Starrett, South Western Synod. I just want to tell you about some of my experience in my working life. We had a general secretary in our professional organisation. So he was in charge of the office, but his main focus was to grow the office. And I worry that if we have someone who is not committed to the United Reformed Church, not a Christian, then his focus is going to be on growing, or they, is going to be on growing their own empire. So it's just a reflection on my experience. Thank you.
Bridget Micklem, Wessex Synod. I would like to make a suggestion to help us try and resolve this one. So on the one hand, we've got a big tension between the needs of Church House to have somebody in post, and on the other hand, we've got a great deal of hesitancy in the room about whether we are ready to define a post or make an appointment. In such circumstances in the civil service, you might temporarily promote somebody for a period of months. While you do your further thinking, then you advertise. I would like to suggest as a resolution that the Church Life Group think about temporarily promoting somebody from within the existing structure to do this kind of caretaking role while the job is further thought about, and then a fully thought out proposal can be brought at the same time as a structure. That is just a suggestion to try and resolve the completely opposing points that we've got here.
Thank you. I'm not seeing anyone else waiting to speak, so I go back to the group for their responses to the various contributions.
Moderator, we did spend some time talking about the possibility of making a temporary appointment, aware that we were not ready, the church was not ready to define the final structures. We did specifically consider the possibility of a temporary internal appointment. The current Deputy General Secretary, Admin and Resources would quite like to retire. That much is safe to say on the floor of Assembly. We don't want to leave a significant gap in the operational capability of the church. I don't know how much I can say, I don't know how much I know, but we we certainly felt that making a temporary appointment was not going to be an appropriate way forwards. Maybe others might have something more to say.
Does anybody feel that they have the information that might help on that? I'm looking towards Adrian. No. Whichever hat he's wearing, he doesn't wish to speak on that. Yes, go on.
Johnny Hill from Northwestern Synod. I'm just thinking about my experience in the NHS, and rather than an internal temporary appointment, perhaps it could be a fixed-term appointment that would be open to external candidates. A fixed-term appointment would give the church an opportunity to trial how the role works and how it works out. And then there is an inbuilt opportunity for review when the fixed term comes to an end, with no obligation to continue, but with the opportunity that if the right person comes along and the role works out, that the church can offer an extension. I'd also like to suggest that the title of Director of Operations might achieve the level of seniority that we are looking for this role, but remove some of this idea of having some sort of a chief status. So yeah, that's a suggestion. Thank you.
Okay, before Jane comes up, I just wonder whether the group on the platform have any response to the director idea. While they're thinking about that, Jane.
Jane Baird, Deputy General Secretary, Administration and Resources. I would like, it would be good to think that within Church House we have succession planning such that there is somebody who would be available to step into my shoes, even on a temporary basis. But we are a small team, and it's difficult to conceive of somebody who would be able to step into the role without creating another huge gap somewhere else, where you're moving a problem and not really solving one. So but that's Church House. There may well be other people in the synods, who do have somebody who they feel they might like to second for a period into the role. But thank you.
Thank you. We are getting quite complicated here because there have been various suggestions made, most of which can't be answered on the floor of Assembly, I don't think. But Steve, can you respond to the latest batch of contributions?
Moderator, I think no, I don't think. Delete those words. Rewind. The resolution authorises the officers of General Assembly to agree a finalised job description and person spec, and I suggest that rather than trying to redraft things on the floor of Assembly, that would be a helpful place to consider the question of the job title. I think we're broadly agreed. I think we're broadly agreed on the nature of the role, and if it's a question of the job title, then the officers of Assembly, with advice from HRAG, can decide on that. Would that help?
Thank you. Can I just see with the red and green online and the orange and blue here, do you respond positively to what Steve has just said? There are still a number of blue cards in the room. I'm going to just look at the clerk and ask for some advice. Those who are holding blue cards, is your issue around the principle of the job or around the specifics of name and role description? So if you were holding a blue card, if it's about the principle of having this job at all, can you show an orange card? And if it's about the details and the precise process, a blue card? There is a mixture in the room. Ruth, you may speak, and I hope you can bring some clarity to this. Sorry,
And it was to say that we should do Johnny's suggestion of the temporary person, or bring a fully cooked version of this to November executive. I would have thought the timing would have allowed either of those, but I thought Johnny's suggestion was buried there. The temporary suggestion, certainly around me, was getting support.
So, Johnny, would you like to move an amendment?
I would like to move an amendment. I think that, I'm Johnny from Northwestern Synod. Lythan's point, I think, was that this is a commitment to a role before some of the other supplementary work has actually been done. And my suggestion to create this role as a fixed-term appointment would potentially stave off some of the uncertainty if the outcome of the further work of the group changes. So I would like to propose an amendment. Would anyone like to help me word it?
Simply temporary. The Assembly resolves to create a temporary post of Chief Operating Officer, of whatever we're calling it. Or, I'll tell you what, let's not even call it anything. Assembly resolves to create a temporary post to replace the current Deputy General Secretary.
Sorry, if you're just calling out from the floor of Assembly, nobody can hear you. Can I just see, again, a straw poll of your response to that suggestion? I'm seeing quite a number of blue cards now.
Yeah. May I just communicate what the floor of Assembly was actually saying? The term I used was a fixed-term post. I think that's probably a better term than temporary.
Okay. So if we said a fixed term post, are you suggesting a fixed term of a particular length of time?
To be determined by the group.
Okay, so a fixed term to be determined by the group. I think if we don't reach a decision in the next couple of minutes, we are going to have to use the facilitation group on this. So I'm sorry for those who are waiting to speak, but I think we are going to look at the amendment and then potentially move to a facilitation group to try to bring this together. Yeah. So we now have an amendment on the screen, and Steve, on behalf of the group, do you want to say whether you are happy with this, content with it, or opposing it?
Moderator, I think that if it's Assembly's mind to press this amendment, that we would like to have time to consider the implications. We've got some concerns. We might not wholly resist it, but we would just like to have some time to think about the implications of taking this amendment.
So with that in mind, I'm going to bring this piece of business to a close at this point, and we will ask the facilitation group to work on this and bring it back to Assembly tomorrow, I suspect. So thank you all. We're going to move on now to I think we've got to do this now. To paper I3 from Mission, the Korean Peace Appeal, and I'd invite Sarah Lane Court and David Grosh Miller to come forward. And despite the temptation, when Sarah says, will I give David permission to speak, I will.
Oh, quick change of clock.
That wasn't the message I was expecting.
Shift change. Moderator, members of Assembly, I know you've had a long session. I hope you can give your attention to this really important resolution. I know that all of our resolutions are important, but this is something where you may learn something that you weren't aware of previously. We would like very much to start with a video from our friend Hong Yong Lee, the General Secretary of the Council of Churches in Korea. But before that, I would like to formally ask the moderator for permission for David Grosh-Miller to speak to this paper and resolution. But I think the moderator is otherwise involved in something else at the moment.
Yeah, he can.
Thank you very much. So David will be talking about the issues and introducing the paper. David will necessarily give a brief overview because these are very complex and long-lasting issues, but he is very happy to follow up with people after assembly. He's only here for a limited time. So thank you. Over to the video.
Honorable Moderator and distinguished delegates and representatives of the United Reformed Church, I sincerely congratulate you on your 50th anniversary. Your theme of the Jubilee reminded me of the year 2020, the 70th memorial year of the Korean War, when the National Council of Churches in Korea had declared and launched global Jubilee prayer movement, hoping to bring an end of war and the establishment of a peace treaty. I am deeply grateful for your ecumenical partnership and solidarity with the Korean churches, particularly concerning the peace on the Korean Peninsula. In this regard, I would like to make a petition to the Assembly to fully participate in the Korean peace appeal for ending the Korean War. Immediately after the Korea's liberation from the Japanese forceful occupation in 1945, the two hostile regimes of the Cold War, the United States and the Soviet Union, divided the Korean Peninsula along the 38th parallel, and in 1948, the two Koreas, Republic of Korea and Democratic People's Republic of Korea, are established on this divided Korean Peninsula. Recognizing the division of the Korean Peninsula as a controversial temporary phenomenon, troops from both sides continue to engage in bloody clashes around the 38th parallel, and the Korean War was triggered when North Korean troops invaded South Korea on June 25, 1950. The US intervened in the Korean War by sending US-led coalition forces through a UN resolution in the name of protecting South Korea from communist forces. The 3-year Korean War was halted by the signing of the Armistice Agreement, leaving about 3 million war casualties and feelings of hatred because of state violence and mass murder, which are driven by Cold War ideology. 3 months after the armistice was signed, the promise to switch to peace treaty was not kept, and instead, on October 1st, 1953, the ROK US Mutual Defense Treaty was signed. A never-ending Korean War has become a crucial obstacle on the way to the future of peace on the Korean Peninsula. We believe that it is time to immediately end the Korean War without any strings attached. The formal end to the Korean War can be an effective entrance to the overall Korean peace process, including the establishment of peace treaty, the denuclearization of Korean Peninsula, the normalization of the DPRK and US relations, etc. I sincerely hope that the Assembly will affirm its support for a lasting peace settlement to end the Korean War and promote the Korean peace appeal to synod, local churches, and individuals for them to sign as part of the effort to bring an end to the Korean War. Honorable Moderator and distinguished delegates and representatives, for all this goodwill, with a sincere commitment, I pray with the themes of the WC's 10th Busan Assembly and the 11th Karlsruhe Assembly as our prayer. God of life, lead us to justice and peace. Love of Christ moves the world to reconciliation and unity. Amen.
Thank you, Moderator, for the opportunity to speak to this resolution urging an end to the Korean War, a war that we've just heard was begun over 70 years ago as the superpowers of the day haggled over the balance of power in the vacuum created by the defeat of Imperial Japan. A war that continues as the people of Korea are treated as pawns in the geopolitics of Southeast Asia. As our close colleague, Dr. Hong Yong Lee, has explained, the Korea War has not ended, but paused when the armistice was signed in 1953, a treaty that was agreed by the American-led forces of the United Nations, the Korean People's Army, and the Chinese People's Volunteers. The armistice has not brought peace, but an uneasy cessation of hostilities. It is a temporary fix which continues to divide and bring hardship and pain to the people both north and south of the demilitarized zone, the DMZ, that divides Korea along the 38th parallel. The armistice, intended as a temporary measure while a more permanent solution was found, does not include the democratically elected government of South Korea. The Korean Peninsula, in reality, is one country with two governments, each claiming sovereignty over the whole. The North, or more correctly, the Democratic People's Republic of Korea, and the South, the Republic of Korea. And the division between the two is marked by conflicting ideologies, a highly controlled, and some would say brutal dictatorship in the North, and a more open and democratic government in the South. The threat to world peace, because of the North's testing of a nuclear deterrent, is used to justify the severest of sanctions against the regime of Kim Jong-un. The World Health Organization in 2019 estimated that 11 million people in North Korea were undernourished and in need of humanitarian assistance as a result directly of sanctions. The situation is now made worse by the COVID-19 pandemic. The UN and US sanctions, which are added to the existing UN sanctions, have not succeeded in ending the control held for 3 generations by the Kim family, and they will not. Sanctions will not work. Meanwhile, families are divided and the vulnerable die through disease and starvation. Suffering endures both sides of the DMZ. The people of Korea have suffered long enough. It is time for a peace treaty to be agreed, the war to end, and relations between two parts of the divided country normalized. And what that might mean has to be decided by the people of Korea. The call for peace is a call for the people of Korea to be given the freedom to decide their own future and not to be corralled by the ambitions or indeed the fears of the powerful. You are being asked to support the campaign because it is the right thing to do, and because of our long-standing relationship with Presbyterian churches in Korea. Along with other churches, the Presbyterian Church of Korea belongs to the National Council of Churches in Korea, and my apologies for the incorrect reference to the National Christian Council of Korea in the report. I represent you, the General Assembly, on the World Council of Churches Ecumenical Forum for Korea, which includes colleagues from the Korean Christian Federation, which is the gathering of Christians in the North. Along with other global partners, we formed together a task group to promote peace in the peninsula. And Sunday, August 14th, has been designated by the World Council of Churches as an opportunity for congregations to pray for the people of Korea, for a peace that endures, and to sign the petition, the link for which is in the report to General Assembly. And if we could have that, which is on the screen behind you. Worship material for that Sunday, August the 14th, has been prepared and is available, I believe, now on the URC website. The Church of Scotland General Assembly has passed parallel resolutions to the ones that are now before you, and similar resolutions were presented to the Methodist Conference. In supporting this resolution, Assembly is being asked to make a prophetic stance and call for peace in a divided country, an end to sanctions, and freedom for the people of Korea to choose their own future. This is more than a token gesture. This is a challenge to the foreign policy of our own and other governments, principally the United States of America. The challenge is to gather such a weight of public opinion that governments are forced to find ways to maintain stability in Southeast Asia without the use of nuclear threat. Moderator, I'm very happy to answer questions now or later if time does not permit them now.
General Assembly, Mission Committee would like to move these resolutions and urges you strongly to support them both by passing the resolution, it's one resolution, and by taking action.
So Assembly, am I on? Yes. We have before us resolution. Well, it says 17 there, but I thought it was 18 in the book. It's 18 in your books. I think we have the right text and the wrong number. So we're in the information session. Are there questions for information? I'm not seeing anybody needing more information. Is there any discussion on this? This is beginning to look like Mock the Week. Barnabas.
Barnabas Shin, Eastern Synod. I want to mention 2 points. Firstly, I am so grateful to the URC Mission Committee, Sarah Weed, David Grossi Miller, and moderator to put this resolution in this assembly, especially as only 2 Koreans in this room, my wife Maria and myself, would like to say a big thanks for this resolution itself, and obviously even much greater thanks if this resolution is approved. And secondly, if I add 1 point why I wholeheartedly support this resolution, is that I remember that when I was young, I was grown up, learning that North Korea was our enemies. I particularly remember a poster drawn by a child, which was awarded by national level. It was about a picture of a North Korean soldier trying to kill a South Korean boy, who boldly shouted, "I hate the communism." So we are still in war, constantly pointing out the guns to each other. We're supposed to be enemies and hate each other. And it is still a strong concept of many people in South Korea. And some uses this ideology in a political region from which we see much more division, not only between North Korea and South Korea, but also a serious division in between people in South Korea. So peace treaty to formally end the Korean War, which has been hindered by many reasons, including a global political pressure, would be a significant step for an actual peace in Korea, saying that we are not enemy. We are not supposed to hate each other. But we were actually, and we are brothers and sisters, one family, to talk about our next step peacefully with a conversation together. So I ask your support for this Korean peace appeal. Thank you.
Thank you. Philippa.
Philippa Osei, Youth Assembly Moderator-elect. I'd just like to say, on behalf of the moderator of the URC Youth and myself, we both strongly support these resolutions and urge you to sign the motion, sign the appeal, and to sign and to vote for the motion. Just to let you know that we will be writing a letter asking our ecumenical youth partners, as well as urging our fellow URC youth members to sign the Korea Peace Appeal.
Sue Cossey, South Western Synod. We have Bristol Korean Church in Bristol, and we also have another Korean minister. So I sent this paper to them for comment, and I just wanted to share the comments from Juin Sin, who's the church secretary there. He said, "It's so impressive for me to remember the Korean War and to make solidarity between South Korean and the UK's Christians for permanent peace in the Korean peninsula. The unending war has sharply divided the country's opinions in different fields of South Korean society for the last 70 years. This is a wound that never heals and a seed of conflict in Korean society. So I express my deep gratitude for your support for the end of the war." He pointed out 2 points. One was the initials, which David has corrected. And the second was his point about the Kim dynasty, which he was a little bit unhappy with the language. But I think that's less important. But we wanted to share the support from the Bristol Korean Church and Korean members in Bristol, and to support what Barnabas has already said. Thank you.
Thank you. I've got Maria and Steve waiting to speak, and then I will be seeing whether we are ready to move to decision making.
Thank you, Moderator. Maria Lee, Eastern Synod. Since I arrived this country, people ask me where I am come from. I answered, from Korea. And then they ask me again, which one, North or South? Then I am thinking, of course, South. I never seen a Korean, North Korean at all. There are many places in conflict and within the war right now. This means that many people are dying at this very moment. Therefore, it seems too much to ask for peace somewhere like the Korean Peninsula. As many of you might know that South Korea is a very developed country and super duper fast developing in the IT industry. So how many of you have got a Samsung phone? I know many of you. However, I am humbly asking you to accept this resolution. I went to Germany with a group of URC people to celebrate the 30th year of the Berlin Wall fall in November 2019. At the time, both groups of the Pfalz German Christians and UK Christians celebrate the peace of the united Germany as Europeans. No matter the Brexit happened, I was the only non-European. However, I was so happy to be with them to celebrate their unity. Because since I was young, my local church in Korea prayed for the peace of the splitted Germany. I still remember when the Berlin Wall fell, I was celebrating it with my youth group in my local church. The moment their history became our nation's hope. The unity of Korea and the peace in the peninsula. All these years later, we are still living in the middle of the conflict season. So I humbly invite you to pray for peace in the Korean peninsula. If the resolution passed, it seems like a couple of sentences to pass on to the next stage, but I strongly believe that all your prayers and your solidarity would be able to connect both Korean countries to start peace conversations and will bring God's unity in the Korean peninsula sooner. Lastly, I would love to see that in God's time, both North and South children, youth, Koreans would join you at the URC Children and Youth. Thank you.
Moderator Steve Faber, West Midlands Synod. As a teenager, it was a rite of passage being allowed to watch MASH, centred on the Korean War. It is where I first learned the atrocity of war, where I first formed a theology of peace and non-violence, which I hold today. I'm glad now to understand that it is a theology General Assembly in 1984 and in 2006 has passed commitments to peacemaking. I believe it's time we did so again through this resolution.
Thank you. So, Assembly, can I see whether you are ready to move to a decision on Resolution 18? So, green and red online. I am seeing a blue I am seeing one blue, I am fairly sure, but it is overwhelming that we are ready to reach a decision on this. So if we could launch the poll online, and in the room, if you are in favour of Resolution 18, please show your green card. I'm still seeing one blue one. And if you can take your hands down, and if you are against Resolution 18, please show. I think we've got a delay on the online poll here. So if the chaplain might come out ready to say a prayer for this, and the online poll is now showing they're gradually coming in. It is very, very clearly carried. So I would ask Helen, would you lead us in prayer?
Let us pray. God of peace, you want us to be a people of peace. Your spirit is a spirit of peace, and we praise you that you continually raise up advocates of peace amongst our warring nations, and that the causes of peace are dear to your heart. And so we thank you that we have been invited to be peacemakers, that you have shown us what we can do, and a way that we can be peacemakers and pray for peace continually. We pray for the peoples of Korea, whether of north or south, that they may be brought in your time into a relationship with each other which does not involve weapons or borders, and which involves themselves not being instruments in a global conflict that they did not invite. And so we pray today that your peace may come about in Korea, so that all of us may rejoice in your love and your generosity. And we ask these things in Jesus' name, the Prince of Peace. Amen.
Can I apologise to those online who were given choice 1 and 2 rather than yes and no? They all pressed the right button. Assembly, we are running slightly late. We will have a half-hour break now, and I would ask that you are back here and ready to start business very promptly at 4:20. Thank you. I'm sorry that came across so sombre. But we do give thanks for the life and work of many colleagues across the years. We move on now to the matters that are on block, and I pass... Oh, I'm sorry, we've got newly ordained ministers as well. Those who are in the room, it would be good if you could come forward and we could greet you. I'd ask the chaplain to pray, but I'm closer to the microphone. Let's just pray for those who have served long and for those who are new in ministry. Loving God, thank you for calling us to journey with you. And for those whose journeys in ordained ministry have been long, and for those who have just begun on that journey, we give you thanks. And we ask your blessing on each one whose name we have seen and who we're greeting now. In Jesus' name, amen. And now the clerk, the Reverend Dr. Michael Hopkins.
Moderator, the list of en bloc was written before the parallel sessions were set up. So the papers that ended up being put in a parallel session for discussion, of course, can't also be in en bloc at the same time. And paper H3 was removed from en bloc, although I think the convener of the Ministries Committee hopes that won't take up the rest of the afternoon. Those remaining in en bloc were from the Ministries Committee, paper H2, paper H4, from the Mission Committee, paper I4, from the Nominations Committee, paper J1 and J2. Under the General Secretary's name, papers M1, M2 and M3. From Law and Polity Advisory Group, paper P1. From the Mind Advisory Group, papers R1, R2, R3, R5, R7 and R8. And from the Safeguarding Advisory Group, paper T1. Moderator, I formally move that the resolutions therein be accepted.
We have a point of order.
Ooh, what fun.
I'm really sorry, but I move that the motion be not put.
Sorry, Fran, can you tell us who you are, please?
I am Fran Kissock from Yorkshire. We had a very tight deadline to remove business from en bloc, which prevented appropriate scrutiny. Not so long ago, registering a request to remove from en bloc could be done very much closer to, or even possibly on arrival at the meeting, which seems much more appropriate. And we were told the papers were sent in physical form on the 17th of June, so unlikely to arrive on your doormat before the 20th. And the deadline for withdrawal from en bloc was 9 a.m. the following Monday, much too short a time. It didn't give chance for proper reading, for scrutiny, and for effective decision. And what's more, we weren't warned until the 17th of June that would be the deadline. So we didn't have opportunity to meet, to share, to discuss, to raise issues, to see whether they had resonance with others, and find support for our request to remove from en bloc. And we received in the mailing about this some words in an email concerning en bloc. I need to remind you that we really rely on every member of Assembly to read the papers and take note of information to relay back to their synods. In using the en bloc method of decision making, there is no wish to bury information or to avoid discussions which Assembly ought to have. We must all ensure the appropriate flow of information from General Assembly to the synods. I am aware that there are important matters in this list of resolutions, but using the standing orders in this way felt like the only way that this concern about the unhelpful en bloc deadline could be heard. and heard by the whole Assembly. And so I do apologise for acting in this way, although I do have a seconder for this. However, it's not my intention to prevent the important business of Assembly, and I know that some of these resolutions do form the important business of Assembly, but rather it's to ensure its proper conduct both now and in the future. I'm aware that some of the resolutions in en bloc need to be agreed here and now. So if you've heard me, and I hope you have, then I would invite you all to respond with your consciences in a vote, or alternatively, I would be very happy to accept any ruling that the moderator may have about my proposal, and as long as the concern is recorded in the minutes and acted on in the future, I hope that might be sufficient.
May I respond, moderator?
Thank
or
you.
do you wish to respond?
I will offer the clerk the first chance to respond.
I think, moderator, my first comment is that seems a perfectly reasonable point to me, and I would be happy to take away and make sure that the time frames are different next year. There is a distinct advantage in having a closing date before Assembly actually meet in order to help with planning the agenda, but I also appreciate that was a long way in advance, and I also agree it was a short time scale, and I think we should do that differently and better next time. But I would also say this is the first time anybody said that they wished it to be different. If somebody had written to any of the business committee, oh no, there was one, yes. I withdraw that. There was one person who mentioned that. But if people had actually said the 27th is impossible, we could have tried to address it, but it's a bit hard to address it now.
I was on holiday for the whole of that time.
But
I don't want to press that point.
No, but there are another 250 people here.
So, I'm sorry, because I'm wanting the clerk to be clerk as well as to be presenting the en bloc. And I recognise that there is somebody online who is wishing to speak. However, I have lost, I am not clear about what you have been asking for, Fran, except to be heard.
Yeah, I was using the procedural motion that this be not put in order to be heard, but I believe you're entitled to rule me out of order, or you could possibly invite me to withdraw.
I think you're
and I will listen to you, moderator.
It would be very helpful if you were willing, having been heard, to withdraw.
Indeed, I withdraw. Thank you.
So we have now reached the end of that point of order. Steve Powell online, is this a separate issue that you wish to raise, or is it simply reiterating the short timescale?
No, it's a separate point. In the paper we've received in advance of Assembly, we were advised that E2, F1, G1, G3 and G4 and I5 were also en bloc. I didn't hear the clerk list those, and so I'd be grateful if we could just clarify which resolutions we're taking en bloc and which we're not. Perhaps if he could repeat the list, that would be helpful.
Yep. Thank you, moderator. What I was attempting to say at the beginning was that those very papers Mr. Powell has just listed don't have resolutions on them, and they are scheduled for discussion in the parallel sessions. And if they're being discussed in a parallel session, they can't also be in en bloc.
And Steve Powell has given you a thumbs up for that. So, having heard both those comments, I think we move straight to a vote on en bloc. So, can we have the poll online for en bloc and in the room? If you are in favour of accepting the en bloc resolutions, please show your green card. Thank you. And if you are against, please show your green card. That is clearly carried. Thank you.
Move to H3 now, moderator.
Yes, thank you. So we move now to paper H3 from Ministries, which has been removed from en bloc by the convener of Ministries, who wishes to make a small change to it.
Moderator, thank you very much, and confessing that one of my other papers probably should have been removed from on block because I also had a small mistake, and Fran and I have had a discussion on that, so I'm actually sympathetic to the point she made. Also, and this is because I'm not going to take the whole rest of the afternoon despite the clerk's wish, but just from a ministry's point of view, as we've seen the great parade of saints and the new ministers, just to recognise that I feel far closer to Johnny and Adam than to the wonderful array on the screen, but I have to realise that that's not true. I'll be up there in 7 years, Chris. If you want to take the photograph now, you might get a better one. Probably got enough of me. Moderator, paper H3, which is about pastoral supervision. The change I want to make is detailed in the order paper of the first order paper from Friday, page 3, and I did feel this was significant enough that it did need to come so the record of the paper could be correct. It concerns the question of training URC pastoral supervisors, and which could be an array of people, and the number of ministers that it might be reasonable that they might supervise per month when qualified. And we've had quite a bit of discussion on this in ministries. We came to a conclusion that went into the papers. We had a further discussion at our last meeting, and we realised what we had in the paper probably wasn't what we should be saying. We decided at that stage to leave things be, but I had been contacted by the Reverend Rick Markle and the Reverend Kate Gartside, two of the people who we're really looking to for advice on pastoral supervision, and they're not members of Assembly, either of them, but they did say they know people who are, and felt that the figure in 325 of supervising no less than 6 ministers per month was too high. I agree, and always have agreed as it happens, and members of the Ministries Committee could confirm that. And so I would simply like, and I think it's important for the record, to change that figure, which is towards the end of 3.25 from 6 to 3. And would just ask permission to do that. Ask Assembly might agree that happens for this paper, for the record.
This isn't a matter for decision from Assembly as far as I can see it, because there is no resolution on it. And therefore it is simply a matter of record. I am seeing one person who wishes to speak. I will take that, but I want it to be very clear this is not a resolution.
Thank you, Moderator. Romilly Micklem, Wessex. I note that on para 2 of this paper, there is a reference to 159 ministers have engaged in pastoral supervision, which is 26.5% of the total number of active ministers in categories 1 to 4. I would just like confirmation that that statistic is correct, because by my arithmetic, that makes the number on the website accurate, 600 ministers, and makes me feel a lot more comfortable about the future, brothers and sisters.
Moderator, this is when you need to recall the Secretary for Ministries from sabbatical. I'm sure the figure is correct, and the important point, and I don't have all the kind of, I would need notice of a question like that to answer it as fully as I ought to, and I apologise that I don't carry all this in my head. It's ministers in categories 1 to 4. That, for example, includes significant numbers of retired ministers. It's about active ministers, and ministers in all sorts of phases. So it doesn't alter what I said when we discussed deployment. But I would need confirmation. But I do believe the figure is correct. But that will be the sort of reason why it's correct.
Since this paper is on the floor of Assembly, we are open to asking for more information, but I would reiterate this is not a matter of decision. It was purely brought out of en bloc to change one figure, and that if there are matters that could have been raised with the convener previously, I feel that it is not the best use of Assembly's time to bring other matters apart from that change to the floor of Assembly now. So if that makes a difference to those of you who are queuing up to speak, you are welcome to walk away. If not, then please speak. And I do recognise there's someone online, 2 people online as well.
Moderator John Bremner, National Synod of Scotland, referring to section 3.2 of the report, I'm just wondering if the convener can give us clarity on when he thinks there will be a sizable number of URC pastoral supervisors, if that's, I mean, they talk about the training here. I'm wondering,
John, this is not about the change that was brought, and this is a matter that I think could have been brought to the attention of the convener.
I'm just wondering whether that would be of use for the for General Assembly, that's all. Thank you.
Johnny Hill, Northwestern Synod. The pattern of pastoral supervision happens every 2 months. So if we're saying that a pastoral supervisor should see 3 supervisees per month, does that mean that they are in fact carrying a caseload of 6 supervisees, 3 they see 1 month and 3 the other month? And can that be clarified?
Thank you. Fran?
I have brought this to the committee's attention before, Fran Kissack, Yorkshire, but it hasn't changed. I am concerned about the inability of anybody from the URC to train to do this and then to be paid. People have all sorts of personal circumstances and all sorts of financial arrangements, and we all need money to heat our houses, to eat, to live, and it might be a source of income for somebody. Personally, I work and am paid part-time, and I might have trained to do this, but the commitment of time it would require and the lack of any remuneration or even expenses for my costs in perpetuity, apparently, would mitigate against me being able to do this. And I believe that would be true for others, and I feel that's really, really sad. And I'd like the committee to take it into consideration, please.
And Anne Sarderson online.
Thank you, Moderator Anne Sarderson, Eastern Synod. Yes, I echo what Fran has just said and add to that supervisors also do have costs for being a supervisor, one being their own supervision, one being their ongoing training, and also the possibility of needing to hire space. And also, I'd just like to ask the committee to let us know whether those who are thinking of training to be supervisors have to do the URC course, or whether there are other courses that, because I know other courses exist, that people will be able to do that will be funded by the denomination in some way. Thank you for your time.
So I invite Paul to respond to the questions for information, and then we will move on from this matter.
Thank you, Moderator, and I feared I might have more to do than I hope, but I'm in sympathy with what you said, but I will just very swiftly answer them. To John Bremner, I can't really answer that. We're working on numbers, but I think I would be just taking a stab in the dark. To Johnny Hill, yes, it does mean a caseload of 6. In a sense, if I can combine my answer to Fran and to Anne, the paper is not meant to read saying that anyone who trains or who is a UR supervisor in perpetuity has an inability to charge. And what we are looking for is to spend money on training people to provide a need that we have. That doesn't mean that you always have to supervise 3 ministers a month forever, and you can't charge for it. It means that we do expect, if I can put it bluntly to try and be quick, we do expect some payback. It also means, to answer Anne's other point, that yes, of course, other courses are fine, and it's about having appropriate training, which is the bits of training that are the qualifications, the links that are specified, or approval by your synod moderator. The question that someone will want to ask me so I'll answer it before it's asked. How much payback? That's about a sensible flexibility. If you want to discuss with me what that might mean, I'm very happy to do that, but I don't think it's helpfully done on the floor of Assembly. Buy me a drink in the bar.
Thank you. So we move on from H3 and we move to Resolution 53, which is a private members' resolution, which you will find on page 5 of the first Friday order paper. And I'd invite Anne Sarderson, who is online, to present Resolution 53. It's seconded by Alex Clare Young, who's in the room.
Thank you, Moderator, and thank you, Assembly, for taking this emergency resolution. It came to my attention a couple of weeks ago at a training event where expenses for travel were being paid by the National Church, that some people in the denomination are fearing and are actually facing exclusion from national training events and therefore presumably other events, because national rate for mileage claim is only 25 pence per mile, which with the current fuel costs is just not realistic. And some people were questioning whether or not they would be able to attend such events in the future if this didn't change, which causes me, as somebody who is involved in training within the denomination, a great deal of concern. Some of you might say, yes, but 25 pence a mile might mean that people are less keen to travel in their cars and will therefore go by public transport. And given what we've just committed ourselves to earlier today in terms of environmental things, yes, I can see where that argument might come from. But of course, this is actually about reflecting where we are now, not where we might aspire to be in the future, and the reality of the situation for some of us, and for those for whom public transport is not an option. And hence, I brought this resolution on behalf of other ministers, particularly within the denomination, but I'm sure lay people as well. And so I move Resolution 53. Thank you, Moderator.
Alex is formally seconding and reserving the right to speak.
So Alex is formally seconding and reserving the right to speak. So we move into the information session. So if you have questions for clarification or more information, please can you show or come to the front.
Tim Meacham, Wessex Synod. What are the calculations behind the resolution? Because my own calculations for my own journey don't come to the same conclusion.
Thank you. David?
I understand, David North from the Wessex Synod. I understand the HMRC guidance allows for the possibility of paying an extra 5 pence per mile if you're carrying passengers on the same piece of travel. Is that currently part of our rules or not?
Thank you. Anybody else looking for clarification or further information?
Mordecai Weinberg, Yorkshire Synod. I just sorry. I just wished. Sorry, excuse me. I wish to ask if there is any. I've lost the word. Provision. That's the word. Provision for adjusting these back should fuel prices lower again, just that so that the church is not overpaying in possible future scenarios. Thank you.
Thank you. Louise Sanders, Eastern Synod. As a student, we get 25p a mile travel expenses, and I just wonder if this increase would be also added to students and training. I appreciate public transport is the better option, but living rurally, like I do, that's not always an option. Thank you.
I think you may be in the Northern Synod.
What did I say?
Eastern.
I moved recently.
We go to Martin Coe online, please.
Moderator Martin Coe, North Western Synod.
Can I just check, because my understanding would be that there would be a possibility for a tax implication if somebody goes over the allowed miles, but there's absolutely no reason for not paying it to volunteers or even to staff or office holders, providing that it's declared correctly. So there's no legal restriction on paying more than 25 pence. It's simply a convenient number that we've picked, but is my understanding correct?
Okay, Barbara?
Barbara Turner, East Midlands Synod. Could I just ask, we have a lot of local preachers. Will this, and we give most of them the mileage, so will we have to do the same? Will this affect them, what we pay them as well?
Okay, and online, Jenny Poulter.
Jenny Poulter, Yorkshire. Can I ask what the position is for people with electric vehicles? Thank you.
So there are a number of questions there, and I understand that the Treasurer is willing to give answers to some of the technical ones. So I want to invite Anne Sardison to respond and to say what she'd like the Treasurer to respond to.
Thank you, moderator. The first question was about what have I based my calculations on. I've based my calculations on conversations that I've had with people who presumably do not have as efficient vehicles as the person who raised the question about the calculations. So I'm just basing it on that. Everything else I think is a technical question. That I will hand over to somebody who knows more about the numbers than I do. So, thank you very much.
I'll invite Ian Hardy to come and answer some technical questions.
Thank you, moderator. May I say that the Reverend Dr. Michael Hopkins indicated that he wanted me to answer one technical question, and I have not been making notes. But could I point out that what this resolution does, and it's not my place to point this out, but what it does is requests the Finance Committee to consider. It does not say that people with electric vehicles are going to get something, people in local preaching arrangements are going to get something, people in student relationships are going to get something different. It does not say that anyone is going to get anything different. It just asks the Finance Committee to consider. Had it said that you will change it, then that would have been out of order, because the Finance Committee has not yet considered it, and you would have been committing us to expenditure. So that's why it is, I take it that's why the resolution has been worded in this way, although I hadn't seen it until it was formed.
And can I just say that the proposer is nodding her head at that?
Okay, thank you. The one technical provision I thought I was answering was Martin Coe's comment about what the legal position is, and I've now seen this lawyer, or legal advisor in the hall in my eyesight. So my understanding as an ex-tax inspector who never dealt with individual taxation is that for ministers, if they are paid more than 45p for the first 10,000 miles and more than 25p thereafter, then there are tax implications. But this resolution, it seems to me, is talking more generally about the people for whom it is automatically assumed 25p is the right rate. And as far as I know, we don't apply an extra 5p if you're carrying a passenger, to answer another question that was raised. And in the circumstances of the people who are lay people or staff, who are people who are attending this assembly, the 25p is a flat rate. And I understand it has no tax implications whatsoever. You are being reimbursed on a basis which is accepted as volunteers or representatives at a meeting like this. I think that's all I want to say, unless somebody's got a further technical question.
So are there any more questions for information? And Ian, you might like to stay sitting on the front row.
Dan Morrell, Yorkshire Synod. The question wouldn't necessarily be for Ian, but well, we're in the information session, so
talk to them.
sorry, yes. I was looking at the resolution actually, but there's no mention of that we're talking about motor vehicles here. And I wonder if there's been any consideration given to the fact that I believe, and this is where Ian might be able to remind me, that motorbikes are paid at a different rate. Of course, cycles are as well, but I don't think that's part of this at all, although electric bikes are. So, yeah, whether any consideration has been given to that or whether that might be a factor to consider.
The clerk wishes to make a brief point at this moment.
Moderator, I just wanted to make sure Assembly was clear. This was a general resolution asking some people to look at something. I think if Assembly were to pass it, an awful lot of things would need to be looked at and considered. It's not committing anybody to anything today.
So, in the light of that, and the fact that we've had a reasonable amount of information given to us, we're going to move on to any discussion, but again, reminding you that this is simply a resolution asking people to do some work. So there's one person taking a long time to come to the front of the hall.
Moderator, when you get to my age, you'll move slower.
I have overtaken your age a long time.
I know you have. I know you have. I know. It was a cheap joke, sorry. Ray Stanyon, Wessex Synod. Moderator, I do not personally wish anybody to discuss this motion. I will be voting against it. Like a turkey voting for Christmas, clearly. My understanding of the higher mileage rate isn't just to do with the first number of miles and then lower rate afterwards. The 45 pence per mile is designed to cover the costs of owning a car, and under Plan for Partnership, local churches, pastorates rather, are responsible for that commitment. Therefore, I've always been quite used to claiming 45p from my local church or pastorate or position, and 25p for people who are not responsible for covering the cost of purchasing and owning my own car. And I'm sorry, I disagree totally with the maths. It's getting close, but I don't think there are many cars in the car park that do less than 40 miles to the gallon on motorway driving, and therefore 25 pence, I believe, does still cover the cost of fuel. It doesn't cover any other costs, so yeah.
And can we go to Helen Warmington online, please? Helen, you're still muted.
Helen Warmington, Southern Synod. As a former tax inspector who did used to deal with personal taxation, I would be very wary of going too far outside of HMRC's guidance. And I would reiterate the comments that have been made by the previous speaker. The 45 pence does take into account the practicalities of actually running a car and insurance, etc. And the 25 pence per mile is that for volunteers. So whilst I can see that there is a strong suggestion this should be looked at and maybe representation needs to be made to HMRC, I'm not sure how far we're going to be able to get and still keep within the guidelines. Thank you.
Thank you. Frank Isaac?
Sorry, Frank Kissock, Yorkshire. I just need to respond to the point about the 25 pence. I'm not sure it is just for fuel costs. When I unusually get in my car and drive somewhere, the cost of the journey and the cost of me travelling in the car is not just actually driving it. The tyres wear out a little bit, the engine wears out a little bit, I might hit something, and all of those things are factored into the cost of the journey. And is it not generally the depreciation also increases? Your car's worth less when it's done more miles. All of those come in. So it isn't just, I paid this much for the petrol to do the journey. And generally, do we not say twice petrol for a journey? And we should be compensating people who have made a journey for us as volunteers who were paying travel expenses to. We've never called it petrol expenses. Thank you.
I'm not seeing anybody else indicating they want to add to the discussion session, so I'm going to invite Alex Clare Young to respond as the seconder, and then if Anne Sarderson wants to say anything further, but then I'm hoping we can move to a vote.
Alex Clare Young, Eastern Synod. I appreciate some of the concerns that have been raised and have already asked some of these questions myself. However, as has been clarified from the front, we're asking people to look at this. Regularly, students, volunteers and ministers have raised concerns that there are certain times in the life of the URC that the only way to take a full part, including when you're in initial EM1 training and then in EM2 training, is to own a car. And if you are someone who comes from an experience of deprivation for whatever reason, which I was, that is really difficult to afford to do under the current arrangements. So we are asking people to simply look at this so that everyone in our church can play a full part in the life of the church, regardless of their financial position. Personally, I had to take out a loan from the church, which I'm still paying back, which is actually a significant struggle to pay back because of this lower rate for going to training, which is compulsory as part of my role in the church. So I'd really ask you to respond warmly to this resolution, bearing in mind that people will look at all of the implications of this very carefully. Thank you.
Thank you, Alex. Anne Sarderson, do you want to say anything further? So, Assembly, can I ask, are you ready to make a decision on this? If you can, show an orange. If you are, show an orange card or a green tick. I think we are ready to go to a decision. And so can we launch the poll online? And those in the room, if you are in favour of the emergency resolution, which is number 53, please show your green card now. Okay, and if you can lower those, and if you are against this, please show a green card. Okay. Both in the room and online, there is a very clear majority, so this resolution has been passed. We're now moving on to G2, which is a finance resolution, and I'd invite Ian Hardy to come and speak to us. Yes, please. Sorry, for those who didn't overhear that completely, he asked, did I want him to make a short speech, and I said yes.
Moderator, members of General Assembly, the genesis of paper G2 lies in concern about the recent cost of living rises and in particular energy increases. The response is to suggest one-off payments to both our office holders and employees. If you've read the paper, you'll know why we're suggesting a different rate for office holders and employees. Essentially, it's the fault of the Plan for Partnership. We believe that ministers, it's not universally true, but more ministers will be forced, in inverted commas, to live in larger and often older and less economically efficient, energy efficient properties than would be the case with the typical employee. So that's the reason for the difference. You don't often hear the Finance Committee offering to voluntarily to spend money. In fact, I've never heard of it. But it seemed like the right thing to do. If you agree, please support the resolution, which I now move on behalf of the Finance Committee.
Thank you. Does the clerk want to say something about conflicts of interest?
Moderator, we obtained last year a general order from the Charity Commission about conflicts of interest. There are numerous conflicts of interest in all sorts of different directions, and they were all noted in that Charity Commission order. And so all members of Assembly are free to participate in the debate and decision making.
So we move into the information session, so questions for clarification or further information. I'm trying to work out if people are leaving the room or coming forwards by a circuitous route. Morag.
Morag McClintock, National Synod of Scotland. My question is, why is this resolution only aimed at making a diktat for ministers and staff and not encouraging synods and local churches to do the same with people within their employee? My concern is that we seem to be very inward focused and let's look after our own. There are others out there who we need to look after too. So why are the Finance Committee not encouraging others to spend money in this regard also?
Are you suggesting an amendment, Morag? Okay.
It was more of a question because that may dictate whether or not I wish to amend or not.
Okay, that's fine. Okay, we will leave it at that at the moment. Tim.
Moderator, General Assembly, Tim Hopley, North Western Synod. I just wondered whether there's any provision for retired ministers and ministers' widows and widowers.
Thank you.
Peter Ram, Northern Synod. Will this payment be taxable and national insurable?
Romilly Micklem, Wessex. Just want to know what the date is of effect, because obviously that affects if it's people who are on stipend or people who've just come off stipend.
Thank you. I'm not seeing any other further questions for information. I am seeing one further question for information.
Sorry, Karen Bell, Wessex. I'm a little bit confused around the church house employees. As an employee of the Synod as well, I got a benefit through my council tax and one-off payments to help towards the extra costs, as did everybody else in the country. And my feeling, my feeling was that part of this was to help ministers who didn't get that, because the churches pay the council tax, not them, with the extra cost. So why a church house? I suppose it's a bit like Morag's question, is that are we just looking at church house employees or all employees? And what's the difference between why them as well as ministers? I hope that makes sense.
Okay.
Yeah.
Karen, are you coming to ask a question? No, she's just coming to sit down. Ian, would you like to respond to some of those?
If you'd had the longer version of the speech, I would have answered some of those questions. I'll try and make it brief. Morag asked about the synods and whether we can amend the resolution, or whether it had been considered to amend the resolution to encourage synods to do the same. Rather than amend the resolution, we spoke to all the synod treasurers and made them aware that this resolution was coming, because we felt it wasn't our place to encourage other people or other groups to spend their money, but we did recognise that we are potentially putting a marker which might be followed by the synods. And we were in fact told by at least a couple of synod treasurers that they were going to take back recommendations that something similar be done within their own synod. I can't read my own writing, sorry. Is it taxable and NICable? Yes. Date of effect, I'm not sure I understood Romilly's question, but in the paper it says, we planned to make the payment with the October pay packet. If that doesn't answer the question, then I'm not sure it will. The general point, however, is the one that was made at the end about why, I understood the question, I think, about why we're choosing to make a payment to this group of people. And why and how does it fit in with monies that people may have had from other sources like council tax. In the paper, we explained that it would have been, the initial thought that we had was to make people make a claim for their actual increased energy costs. And then we'd have reimbursed in relation to the claim. Now that was a stupid idea, we soon realised, for all sorts of reasons. First of all, the wrong people would not claim, the people who probably most need it would be the ones who exercise most restraint and not claim at all. In addition, all sorts of complications would arise and administrative difficulties. So instead we said, we're not going to make it related to the energy costs at all. What we're going to suggest is that because all our ministers and all our staff, I'm talking about church house staff and what we call church house staff, because they are all experiencing rises this year which were not built into the planning for this year's salaries, that it would be a gesture of goodwill by the church to make these payments. It's not tied to the amount of money that they're actually spending on their energy. It's not tied to anything else. It's a gesture of goodwill towards individuals in our employment, we're suggesting. There was one other point that I was trying to pick up what it is, and I cannot remember. Retired ministers, thank you. That's probably the one I can't read my writing on. There is an administrative complication in dealing with this for retired ministers, in that we don't have them on our payroll. I know they're on a separate pensions payroll, but they're not on the payroll through which we can simply operate this system in a simple way. There is also another factor that I'm aware that the Retired Ministers Housing Society is planning to write to all its tenants, including widows and widowers of ministers, with information. And I don't know whether that has gone out yet, and I therefore feel constrained about what I can say about the contents of that letter, but that at least in relation to that body of retired ministers and their spouses or partners, there is an intention to do something. I think I've answered most of the questions. Does anyone feel they haven't had an answer?
Thank you, Ian. We're still in the information session, so is there any more questions for clarification and further information?
Mike Aspinall, North Western Synod. I'm a little concerned. I'm an NSM, and I think I'm asking this question on behalf of all NSMs, because I presume on that basis that NSMs won't be covered by this gesture of goodwill.
Thank you.
John Dennison, Treasurer for Southern. On the question of an earlier payment by the government, this was paid through the councils, and the basis of that payment was actually on the taxable value of a property for council tax, and it was paid through not through the council, so not everybody got that tax payment. What they're trying to do here is level up and make certain that everybody who is feel entitled to that can get that payment from the Treasury of the URC. As Southern, I'm hoping that I can put that through to my Southern Synod to make similar payments to ministers and to the staff.
Thank you. Any more questions for clarification information?
Tim Hopley, North Western Synod. Just on my point, the letter to which you referred, Ian, has gone out, but I'm also concerned there are quite a lot of retired ministers who don't live in retired ministers' housing and will pay for their own property, and therefore they won't get that benefit either.
Jill Abrahams, Wessex. I'm a treasurer of our church. Will this mean that the M&M will go up? And is there any plan to help churches with the extra additional expenses for gas and electricity, which we're suffering from at the moment? Thank you.
I'm not seeing any more questions for information, so a couple more things for you to answer there, Ian.
The current proposal makes no provision for payments to non-stipendiary ministers. The costing of about £353,000 covers the costs of stipendiary ministers and staff. I have no idea what the costs would be if you add to it of adding in non-stipendiary ministers. the proposal was intended to reach out to a group that we knew we were responsible for. I'm glad Tim's able to tell me the letters out there. It's a very generous offer that the RMHS is making to their tenants for a prolonged period of rent-free occupation of the property. I'm well aware that other retired ministers not using retired ministers' housing are not in that same fortunate position. I'm also aware that this year, before this extra £353,000, we were anticipating a deficit of £2.5 million. The Finance Committee thought it could manage the 353,000. I'm not sure it can manage much more than that, and I don't think it would recommend to General Assembly managing much more than that. If it's felt unfair to discriminate, then it might be that the Finance Committee would have to withdraw the resolution. Will M&M go up? M&M almost certainly will go up, but because it goes up every year, but not necessarily for this. There is no central magic money tree. One of the problems that the Church Life Review Group is looking at is the fact that money is in one place in the URC and responsibility for ministers and pensions and all of that sort of thing is another place, which is dependent on the M&M fund and almost entirely just the M&M fund to fund all that happens centrally. Of the approximately £20 million a year that is spent by central funds, about 17 million of that comes from M&M. There's no other source apart from a pot of capital that is used to make up the 3 million balance in the form of the investment income, in the form of the property we have that we're able to rent out. But we don't have funds that we can help churches with through the energy crisis. It just doesn't exist as a fund. I think I've answered the questions that were asked, but I've no doubt not to the satisfaction of General Assembly.
I think we have two more people, and are these information?
Ella Lemon, East Midlands Synod. It was a question about why, it was a question about why people who are in training aren't being given the funding, but I think Ian's just answered that with his point, so.
Okay,
yeah.
Thanks, Ella.
So, Bridget Micklem, Wessex Synod. This is a classic policy problem. You have the cost of living crisis, you've got who's going to pay for it and who's going to benefit. So my question to the Finance Committee, knowing the difficulties and knowing that there isn't a pot of gold, is how far are you prepared to see this as a precedent? Because I think that is really, really important for General Assembly to know in voting on this. If you make this a precedent, you will have endless debates about who else to add in, what else to do, and so on. And that's fine, but just to be aware of that. So my question is this a precedent?
If Ian responds to that, and I think that we then move into the discussion phase.
As I've said before, I've never heard of a Finance Committee volunteering to spend money before, and I don't think it will happen very often after this, especially with the reception it's getting today. Sorry, that's a cheap joke. I apologise. Is it a precedent? In a way, it is, in that whenever something happens, someone can point to it having happened before. But this is in a special set of circumstances. There has been an amazing escalation in all sorts of costs for all sorts of reasons, including war and other reasons, in the course of this year. When we prepare cost of living estimates for our staff and our ministers, we do it about the middle of the year before the rise takes effect. So this year's cost of living estimate, which was about 3% for ministers, if I remember correctly, was made in June last year, or July last year. It was confirmed in November in the budget, but it was originally drawn up. This year, we're going to be faced with, well, I'm not sure what the figures will be, but at about this time, later this month, someone will produce a set of figures that's saying something like, I don't know, don't quote me on this as a final figure, but one of the cost of living figures they'll shove in front of the people who make decisions face is about 9% or something. But between now and January is when people are struggling. And we judged that October pay packet was the time when the next lot of energy bills, energy cap rises is coming in, and it's the start of winter, and it's just a gesture. It won't cover the costs, but it'll help until whatever the increase that is decided on by Assembly Executive in November comes out at for next year's increases for staff and for ministers. That's the best answer I can give. If you don't like it.
Okay, so we're moving on to the discussion part of this resolution, so I'd invite contributions for discussion.
Jo Harris, Youth Assembly Moderator. So I went to the URC Youth Consultation meeting about pensions on Monday with Ian, and I spoke to him about this paper and that fact that I had concerns. So a lot of the concerns I realise have been addressed in the information and the information stage. However, that being said, I still don't agree with it. My concerns are the fact that, as much as I understand the reason why, a minister under the Plan for Partnership gets £800, whereas church house staff get £500. I don't necessarily think that it's been taken into... I know that it's been taken into account the fact that church house employees live in the centre of London, and also lots of them live in Victorian flats that aren't necessarily well insulated either. So I would like just that to be known. In addition to this, Ian spoke about how he had spoken to synod treasurers to see whether or not that this would be something that they would be willing to do. However, I don't necessarily think that goes far enough. So, Moderator, I'd like to propose an amendment. I'd like the resolution to read, after the £500 in the case of each church house employee, I would then like it to say, General Assembly urges synods to do the same for their synod staff.
Okay, so we have an amendment that's being proposed, and if you'd like to read that out again, Jo, that would be helpful.
So just after the last bullet point, I'd like it to read, General Assembly urges synods to do the same for their synod staff. It's probably better wording, but...
Thank you. Is there a seconder for that amendment?
Heather Moore.
Okay, Heather Moore has agreed to second that. And can I see what the Finance Committee feel about that?
As long as it's written in a way that ties it to the £500 for church house employees and not the minister's money, then we're quite happy to accept it. Because obviously synods do not have control over ministers' money and would not therefore give it. So it relates only to the staff part of the provision.
Okay, so I'm hoping that we will get that amendment onto the screen reasonably shortly. And we need to deal with the amendment before we go any further. So, is there any discussion specifically on the amendment?
Romilly Micklem, Wessex. Thank you, Moderator. I think what I have to say is directly relevant to the amendment, but I wanted to say that I know that other synods...
Could I ask Assembly to stop murmuring and to listen to the contribution? Thank you.
I wanted to say that I know that Wessex is not alone as a synod in actively reviewing, and indeed the Wessex trustees have taken the decision to do an interim salary review for their own staff. I know that other synods may not be in the position financially to do that, and I would just commend you to take back to your synod trustees and to your synod executives the thought that the inter-synod resource sharing process is currently in hand, and that bids and requests are going in at the moment. And having spoken to a couple of other people from some of the more wealthy synods, I know that Wessex is not alone in being prepared to offer more inter-synod resource sharing to meet the needs of other synods that have less than they do. So I would like to say that I support the intention of this amendment, but I don't actually feel that it is necessary.
Okay. Is there anybody else who wishes to speak on the amendment? Yeah, do come forward. And it is all right to walk across the front of the hall rather than feeling the need to go all the way around the back.
Thank you, moderator. I'm not sure if I've missed something, but...
Sorry, you've missed your name.
Sorry, yes, I have. Hilda Darkwa, Thames North Synod. There's been a lot... I'm not a finance person, and there's been a lot of complex arguments and discussions. But I want to seek some clarity on the lack of parity between the payments being made to ministers and the payments being made to church house staff. And also, given that council tax was for band A to D, does this payment include the senior staff who are probably on a higher wage than the lower paid staff?
Okay. John Marsh? Remembering that we're on the amendment.
Yes, John Marsh, defunct moderator of years ago. Just so long as the white amendment note is part of the last sentence and not part of the whole thing, in case there's any question of ministers who are staff in synods.
Moderator, all ministers are, I think, all the relevant people are basically under the plan for partnership. So however it's laid out, it's clear in logic that it only applies on the final bit.
Okay.
Dan Morrell, Yorkshire Synod. I wonder, would it be in order for me to not propose an amendment to the amendment, but to suggest whether this could be expanded to the encouragement, and again, you know, we're only saying the word encouragement, for local churches to consider the same for any paid staff that they might have on their roles, such as administrators, children's and youth workers, and so on.
Dan, either you're proposing an amendment or you're not.
Well, what I mean is, you know, if we passed this amendment, which I'm happy with, then I'd propose another one, so...
Okay, well, shut up at the moment. And let's deal with this amendment first. So, I'm not seeing anybody else wishing to speak on the amendment. Joe, do you wish to say anything further before we move to a vote on the amendment?
I think part of the reason why I brought this amendment was because of the fact that as much as I really appreciate the Finance Committee going to synods, I don't necessarily know whether or not synods will continue to carry that through. Whereas if something comes from General Assembly, are they more likely to listen? I don't mean that any disrespect, sorry.
On that note, we move, I think, to a vote on the amendment. So, there will be a poll online asking you to agree or disagree with the amendment, and in the room, if you are in agreement with the amendment, please show a green card. Oh, you're getting better with your colours now. Okay, can you put those down? Anybody against the amendment, please show a green card. Okay. Again, both in the room and online, it was clearly in favour of the amendment. Thank you, Joe. I am waiting for Dan to come forward with a further amendment.
I was waiting for you to say something else. So, Dan Morrell, Yorkshire Synod. I would like to propose an amendment. I suppose the wording I'm looking for is that General Assembly, as an additional sentence, General Assembly urges local churches to do the same for their staff. I think we can assume that that if there are no staff, then it doesn't apply to them. But I would seek any perhaps advice from the clerk if that's not the right wording.
The clerk might wish to give some advice.
I think, moderator, the clerk was thinking we could probably make one larger sentence rather than a second sentence. And it might say something like, if I've understood what's being proposed correctly, General Assembly urges synods and local churches to do the same for their staff.
The proposer seems happy with that.
Is there a seconder?
There are. He had a phrase for this. Lots of people are offering to second.
A number of members of Assembly indicated their willingness to second.
This is why we have a clerk. So we have a further amendment. So this is now the information, any questions or comments on the new amendment, which will be up shortly.
Jane Wade, East Midlands Synod. My point for information is, are you suggesting that each employer that the church employs gets an extra £500, as whether they work an hour a week or 24 hours a week or 40 hours a week? Are you saying that every employer that the church employs is an extra 500? Because that could have, well, huge implications for the churches.
Okay, I think that because this is urging them to look at it, I think that there has to be some discretion.
It just says the word same.
Yes, recognise that, but it is urging. Dan, you wish to respond to that?
I wonder if Ian might be able to help, because I can't quite remember the wording within the... No, I know what pro rata means. I was just trying to remember if that was actually somewhere in the report. Was it? No. Ah, okay. Because I would also be aware that there are church house staff who work 1 hour a week as well, or something similar. Oh, hi Andy, how you doing? I don't want to throttle this resolution because of something that has perhaps been considered by the Finance Committee anyway. I would not. Well, in terms of commenting on the amendment, I have no further comments on the amendment.
Okay, thank you, Dan. Are there other issues around the amendment? The clerk is offering a form of words.
Moderator, rather than urges synods and local churches to do the same for their staff, General Assembly urges synods and local churches to consider these issues for their staff.
That appears to be acceptable to the person who's proposed the amendment. So that will go onto the screen shortly. And can I test the mind of Assembly as to whether they're ready to make a decision on this amendment? So in the room, orange if you're ready to make a decision on the amendment, and online green. I think we're ready to actually make a decision on the amendment. So we will launch a poll online for the amendment, and in the room, if you are in favour of the amendment, please show your green card. And if you are against the amendment, please show your green card. So again, overwhelmingly, both in the room and online, the amendment is carried. We now have a new substantive motion. So I think we're in the discussion stage of this. So I am inviting any further discussion on the resolution as it now stands.
Hilda Darkwa, Thames North. Sorry, I stood up earlier and I said something about the lack of parity, and I think it's still a question that I would like to have answered.
Okay, thank you.
Steve Faber, West Midlands Synod moderator. I simply ask that we can get on and pass this. I want to express deep gratitude to the Finance Committee for this sign of their pastoral care for ministers and employees. Please don't be encouraged about doing such things again.
So, Steve, are you putting forward a procedural motion?
Yes, I shall take that hint, moderator. I am proposing that this now be put.
And this is the moment where you really didn't want the clerk to have disappeared briefly. I believe that with a be now put, we go directly to a decision making, and I think, and I'm looking desperately for help, it needs a 2/3 majority. I'm sorry, we need a seconder. Do we have a seconder? Yes, that phrase again about lots of seconders. Apparently Ian has a right of reply. Ian is not sure that he has a right of reply. Is there a right of reply on a be now put?
I've just been
extracted from the toilet. I was followed outside by the legal advisor who spotted a problem, so before we get to the decision stage, there's another word we need to look at. What's the question?
Well, we had a be now put.
I'd urge you not to take it that it be now put, because I've just been given legal advice that there's a legal problem with the wording.
Okay, Assembly, showing your blue and orange cards and your red and green, are you happy for us to just suspend the be now put so that a legal issue can be dealt with?
Yes, moderator, I would withdraw my motion if there is legal advice that needs consideration.
Right, but you might remain there and put it again later.
Thank you, moderator. The legal advisor found me outside the hall. In the beginning of the resolution, it says those who work for the church centrally, and there's a concern that this might inadvertently affect discussions on employment status of ministers. And in consultation with the legal advisor, I wonder if that might be changed to those who serve the church centrally. It's not going to change anything about who any money goes to. It's just avoiding us unforeseen problems in an employment tribunal that we don't yet know we'll have to deal with one day.
Would the Finance Committee be happy with that?
Bridget Micklem, Wessex Synod. Look, from long experience of legislative drafting, I'd need to be clear that that wording was also okay. I think we've got to be careful now. If the legal advisor has raised issues on actual wording, we need to have the wording agreed.
Well, I was quoting what the legal advisor and I came up with outside, but where is the legal?
We invite Andy Middleton to speak to us.
I think we may have heard your famous sigh, moderator.
Andy, please don't take that personally.
Yes, Andrew Middleton, legal advisor. Yes, we like to steer away from work, job, etc. when referring to ministers, that's stipendiary ministers, because we're not talking about employees, we're talking about office holders, and we really don't want to use language which confuses the issue. You could say, well, okay, you've got work there, but you refer to the plan for partnership down below, you talk about stipend. yes, it's just about being clear and avoiding any form of confusion. And it would seem to me that serve is exactly what ministers of word and sacraments do. And of course it describes what employees do as well. And from an employee point of view, it makes it very clear that there are employees later on in the resolution. So that's the basis for my advice to the clerk.
So I believe now that the clerk is moving an amendment.
Yeah, moderator, in the sense I'm formally proposing this, having received legal advice. I think if the General Secretary was on the platform, he'd have formally seconded it, but I'm doing it on his behalf in that context.
And would somebody else be willing to second this change?
Excellent.
Same phrase again. Okay. So, we need to vote on the amendment, and unless somebody has something really pressing to say about it, I would hope that we could simply take a decision on the amendment. I have Stephen Manders online wanting to speak. And Stephen, could you put your video on as well, please?
Oops. I no longer wish to speak, having heard what Michael had said.
Sorry, can you
My hand is up.
introduce yourself as well, Stephen, please?
Sorry, Stephen Manders, Synod of Scotland. Having heard the legal advice and Michael, I no longer wish to speak.
Okay, thank you. So I feel we are ready to reach a decision on this amendment to change the word work into serve. So could we have a poll for an amendment? And those in the room using your green card, if you are in favour of this amendment, please show. And if you could put your hands down, and if you are against this amendment, please show. The amendment is clearly carried. So we are back to a substantive resolution, and Mr. Faber may wish to speak again. Right, we have one other contributor before that. Thank you.
Elaine Hutchinson, West Midlands Synod. I am a non-stipendiary minister, and it saddens me to hear that as an ordained URC minister, I am not a part of that plan. I'm not part of this, and that just saddens me.
Thank you. I think it would be helpful if the Treasurer responded to that.
I am deeply sorry if it has given offence. I was given a bit of a quick and flippant answer about non-stipendiary ministers. The Finance Committee did indeed discuss them a little bit, only a little bit. And the understanding was that most non-stipendiary ministers are deliberately non-stipendiary. They did not want to be paid for their service to the church. And we assumed that that carried through. That was the basis on which the decision was taken.
Moderator, on a point of order, I propose that this now be put.
So having had that point of order, we need to deal with the be now put resolution, and having a clerk next to me makes that far simpler. So we do not take any more discussion at this point until that is taken. There were seconders previously. Could I just see if there are seconders still for be now put? Thank you.
They get a right. They don't want any.
The Finance Committee are foregoing their right of reply, and so
Move straight to a vote.
we move straight to a vote on this be now put. Okay, so there should be a poll online and in the room. If you agree that this now should be now put, please show your green card. Thank you. And if you are against this being now put, please show a green card. That is overwhelmingly carried. So we move to a decision on Resolution 8 as amended. And again, we will now launch a poll online for Resolution 8 and in the room. If you are in favour of Resolution 8, please show with a green card. Thank you. And if you are against Resolution 8, please show. I'm waiting for the poll online. You can put your hands down, but I'm just waiting to see the result online.
On a point of order, moderator, can I ask that a dissent be recorded for those who voted against, who so wish their names to be recorded?
I believe that's in order.
That's always in order, moderator. I need people to come and see me or the minutes secretary, and we will record names. We basically need people to come and do it themselves rather than passing lists round.
Thank you. Is there an issue about a poll online?
No, it's there. It's not.
It's not showing up on my screen. I wonder if you could help me on that.
Tell us what it says.
So could you just pass the result to somebody that they can then, or just... Thank you. So both in the room and online, this is very clearly carried, and therefore Resolution 8 has been accepted. Assembly, we now move on to some of our remaindered business, and thank you, Resolution 8 did finally come up on my screen. So we are going to return to the ecumenical paper, which is, I have this written down somewhere, it's I1, and I'd invite Sarah Lane Court and Philip Brooks to remind us of where we were at and try to take us forward on this resolution.
Moderator, I think we were at a point where Mr. Brooks had been about to respond to things when we cut him off.
So we are now allowing him to respond to things that he was cut off about.
So we move from a financial matter to an ecumenical matter. And what I will try to do is to respond going against each section of the draft resolution 16. So I hope that will be helpful in taking us through the resolution itself, because I'm aware that we've a lot of remainder business to go through and it would be good to make progress. Romilly Micklem raised the issue of the story of our LEPs based on his own experience and the understandable pain of that. And essentially the question is the story of our LEPs always a positive one? And of course the answer to that is no, it's not always a positive one. But then we know that that same issue in terms of situations that cause pain and anxiety and relationship issues also exist in solely URC churches. But ecumenism is hard. It's challenging, it's also frustrating, and I guess it was in 1972. It was no easy task to bring the United Reformed Church into place. We showed you a film yesterday, an encouraging story of a new LEP in North Western Synod. I was privileged to be there for the opening service, and I vividly remember one of the elders coming up to speak about the story of how they got there, and she said, you know, if we'd known how difficult this journey was going to be, we would not have embarked upon it. And I think there is a truth in that. And page 125 of the ecumenical report acknowledges some of the frustrations of LEPs. They can be complex. They can challenge our identity. But I believe firmly, which is the whole essence of 16A, is that should not stop us affirming the way in which we should be involved in LEPs. 16B talks about membership, and I'd like to remind Assembly that we are not saying anything new about joint membership. We're not changing anything about joint membership. We are actually reminding General Assembly what joint membership has always been. And the important thing is, which 16C acknowledges, is that LEPs are not a panacea. The great thing about 2022, compared with when we last did a big ecumenical report, is we now have other ways of ecumenical cooperation. And 16C merely asks us to embrace those new ways of doing ecumenism, those creative ways of doing ecumenism, those ways actually that we had a big part in formulating, because we were one of the denominations very involved in that. Indeed, the Flexible Framework Toolkit, the beautiful way in which it is displayed, was done by URC Communications. And then we talked about the stories of our LEPs. We've had positive ones, we've had difficult ones. 16D is merely saying that we're asking the Mission Committee to work with ministries, to work with the synods, to hear more of those stories, but to say in our anniversary year, how can we make the best use of our resources? Are there ways that we can make use of our resources to further those ecumenical commitments? And you know, Geoffrey Clark talked about being the love child of ecumenism. Indeed, he's now famous in GAG for being the love child of ecumenism. And I would say I am the child of the URC. I can vaguely remember us coming together in 1972. And my passion for ecumenism comes from the URC. And if we're not able to make these small steps, then who are we as a denomination? Ecumenism is who we are. And so I would ask that on the basis, and I know there will be a lot more stories to tell, and we could share them here and now in this session. But I know we're again at 6 o'clock and we're talking about reinvigorating when I think most of us just want to take a cold shower. I would ask you to trust the work that Mission Committee will do to listen to more of your stories, to work with synods, to work with ministries, so that we can actually come back next year and say, look, this is what is possible. And so I ask that you support this draft resolution.
So we've heard from Philip. If there are matters that are new and particularly affect the way in which we will respond to this resolution, then we will hear some more discussion. But I would urge us to be able to keep this reasonably short and to use the time wisely. There is a queue of people here and I have no idea who arrived when. So please organise yourselves in order.
Daniel Redding, Yorkshire Synod. There was a longer bit to this, but I'm going to shorten it for time's sake. Basically, as an LEP member, when I became a member of my church, I became a tri-member, which means because we're 3 denominations, we're part of 3 different areas. And when you're thinking that as a young person trying to get into being more involved in church and getting limited by being called a tri-member, it's difficult. So when I read this report, this is the most positive thing I can think of, because from my perspective of this, I want to say communication and guidance from all denominations, whatever it is important, and this is what this talks about. And whichever denomination people say you are, I'm a person in faith, not a denomination.
Thank you. I'd like to say that we are going to reduce the speech time down to 2 minutes now, and invite whoever is next in the queue to come and speak.
Moderator, members of General Assembly, Rod Morrison, Yorkshire Synod, and for the last 11 years one of the Synod's ecumenical officers. We heard some from last time we talked on this subject of the difficulties in local ecumenical partnerships. And as an ecumenical officer, I've experienced these. Indeed, in one case recently about the pressure from the Methodist Circuit, which resulted in the forced closure of an LEP. And I accept that there are real difficulties in some situations. But I don't think that's a good reason to reject this motion. And I've seen many LEPs where the church is thriving, where there's been URC's been welcomed and acknowledged and celebrated, and where respect for the traditions and practices of the URC are upheld and valued, and where we're given an equal standing within the LEP as other denominations, despite the size in comparison with those partner denominations. So I do support the motion, but I would like to raise a question. Over the years, there's been suggestions that the issue of recognition of ordained elders in LEPs should be discussed at national level with all our partner denominations, with a view to recognition of ordination of elders being included in the constitutions of all LEPs. And I'd just like to ask, does the Deputy General Secretary for Mission have any plans to press forward with the matter with our partner denominations to this end? Thank you, Moderator.
Thank you. And just to say that we have realised that the wording that is going up on the screen does not contain some of the...
It does now, Moderator.
The wording that is now on the screen is absolutely right.
Moderator, John Skipworth, North West Synod, but this evening I speak to you as Treasurer of the Cornerstone Local Ecumenical Partnership, which was formed in West Horton, a suburb of Bolton, on Pentecost this year. While I'm here, I'd like to thank the officers of the North West Synod, particularly Reverend Mike Aspinall, who's put up with me a few times, for the work they did in making the progress go fairly easy. It was easy in one sense, in that we didn't have to argue about whose building to use, because ours was falling down and the Methodist one wasn't. But why have we called it the Cornerstone? Well, it comes to the history of our two denominations. And at the entrance to the car park, we have a stone from which John Wesley preached. I like to think that we as an LEP we are following the traditions of both our congregational and Methodist denominations. Finally, I ask all of you to support this resolution. Thank you, Moderator.
Moderator, General Assembly, Peter Rand,
Sorry.
Northern Synod.
Could you take your mask off so people can see you? Thank you.
I support this resolution. However, a word about resources. Yes, resources are money and people, in particular ministers of all sorts. But there's another kind of resource, and that is support. I'm a member of the ecumenical area in Northumberland that's mentioned in this report in paragraph 313. And yes, we have struggled since 2004 with a constitution. And we are now coming to terms with recognising that it won't work. So we're going to use the toolkit that Philip's told us about, mentioned in the paper, and I think that will bear fruit. However, we feel that we are up against people locally who do not understand the URC and who don't make any effort to try to understand. So we need support. While I've been at Assembly, I've had a number of conversations with others with similar experiences. And yesterday we heard the sad and moving story from Romilly. The Methodist Church doesn't think it's hierarchical, but it is. The URC is not. We need support from our own denominational officers to encourage the higher rungs of the hierarchy in the Methodist Church to then encourage our local colleagues to be more open to all the gifts that we have to offer. To this end, I wholeheartedly support this resolution.
Mike Aspinall, North Western Synod. As I mentioned before, I'm a non-stipendium minister working with a group of churches in Stockport area. Earlier this year, I was actually invited to become a circuit steward on the Stockport Methodist circuit, because the Methodist superintendent was concerned that she wanted to know more about the URC, because we have 2 LEPs in Stockport. She wanted to know how best to work with them, how best to support them as LEPs, and particularly with the URC side. And that, as I see it, is a great success. I am now a circuit steward. It helps me get to know and understand the Methodist way of doing things. I'm learning lots of things that I didn't know about before. But it is possible, and I would strongly support this resolution. I was actually at the opening with Philip on the church at Cleggs Lane as well, and I had time spent in helping them with that building of that church, because I'm also the Synod property officer. I do lots of different jobs in the Synod as an NSM. But yeah, please do support this resolution. Thank you.
I'm hearing a great deal of support for this resolution, and I'm also aware of the time. So I'm just going to ask those who are waiting to speak, if you have very new points to bring, do bring them, but please don't spend too long simply supporting the resolution.
I do. Yesterday I was, moderator, thank you. Olalawa, Thames North Synod. Yesterday I was saying that we need more than resources. We also need the visibility of the church in all our churches that are LEPs. My church is Christ Church, New Southgate, and Free and Barnet. And we are an LEP of Baptist and the URC. And I was saying yesterday that I don't really know anything about the URC until 3 years or 4 years ago when I started my training. But I have the good news to say that we should support this resolution. And the reason is because there's been a major difference in my church since we got to know Thames North Synod. And we have a great moderator. I'm not trying to embarrass him, but we have a really good moderator who is very keen on our church and has helped us to secure some money to build the hall that is falling apart in our church. And we can't wait to get started. Our plan is to make that a community center where everybody could come and do different things. And we've also had the support of this discipleship enabler who came to us and talked to us about how to use our space when we build the hall. And I think that is the way to do it. I support the resolution, but please don't just throw money at it. Show yourself and give support as well. Thank you.
Bridget Bicklem, Wessex Synod. This is very hard for me because this is possibly speaking against the mood of the meeting. I would be grateful if you did not use Rom and my pain over what has happened to us, not to hear the point that we're making. So I understand how important LEPs have been to the United Reformed Church, and I think we should continue with them. But in the week and in the assembly where we have been talking about structural issues to do with legacies of slavery, we need to be much, much more honest about LEPs. And we need to be much, much more honest about the structural issues in LEPs that divide us, because that was part of the problem in our case. And we need to be much, much more honest about the issues that are unresolved in sorting out LEPs. So by all means vote for this, but do not ignore or brush off our pain as just a bad experience, because there are big issues here and I would like some honesty in the LEP debate.
Amen, Bridget. Glyn Millington, Wessex Synod, Oxfordshire, Ecumenical. I think I'm an officer, aren't I? Is that right? 16B, General Synod reminds synods and local churches that joint or ecumenical members of LEPs have always been, and so on, remain members of the United Reformed Church. This does seem to run counter to the standard constitution being issued by churches together in England for local ecumenical projects. LEPs are being asked to sign up to that standard constitution without changing it. I'm not against the main part of the resolution, but this needs looking into. It really does seem to contradict it. If you're in an LEP, brothers and sisters, don't lose your documentation, right? Keep your constitution, keep your sharing agreement, because you'll go mad in 20 years' time when you're trying to sort all these things out. Anybody had this problem? Yeah, okay, enough said.
I think that we have come to the end of the speakers, so I invite the committee to respond before we move on to the decision making.
So thank you for all those responses. I'm going to deal with the questions really that were asked. Rod Morrison, you helpfully raised the issue about eldership, and I would like to refer you to page 73 of the Book of Reports, the Faith and Order Report, in which we give a section about an ongoing piece of work on eldership. We're doing that in conjunction with the Methodist URC Liaison Group. We've done that with the Church of England, the Baptist and the Methodist National Ecumenical Officers. I'm really sorry that our Methodist representative to General Assembly can't be with us this weekend, Leo Nato. Because his mother sadly died and he had to go back to Brazil to be with the family. But Leo has volunteered to come to our November Faith and Order meeting to look at how we can, or the Methodist Church, can better understand and embrace eldership. And we've had responses from all the denominations. Some of it is affirming, some of it is challenging, but we know that we have some challenges in our own denomination about eldership and how we use formation for eldership. But that is one of the structural issues that we are genuinely looking at, and a piece of work that hopefully we will be bringing to Assembly Executive soon. I thank Bridget Micklin for coming to the microphone to speak against the tide, and I know that's difficult, and I would like to give a guarantee that in the work that we do, in the consultation work, that we will include those difficult stories as well as the positive ones. This isn't an attempt to airbrush out all the difficulties. To Glyn Millington, thank you for raising the issue about constitutions. I was involved with the National Ecumenical Officer team as we drafted the new constitutions, and it asks us to keep denominational roles. That does not exclude us keeping a role of joint members who are members of all the denominations, and indeed that is how our Methodist colleagues treat joint membership, that is how our Baptist colleagues treat joint membership. At the moment we are the exception to the rule in the way that we sort of don't count all our joint members. I hope that covers all the questions that were raised.
So I think we are ready to move on to the decision making on resolution 16. Can I just check using your orange and blue cards, are you ready to move to the decision making stage? Sorry, that's red and green online. I am not seeing any disagreement with moving to a decision. So if we could launch the poll online and in the room, if you are in favour of resolution 16, can you show your green card, please? Thank you. And if you are against, please show your green card. Again, overwhelmingly, both in the room and online, that is agreed. So we have now passed resolution 16. Assembly, you will be glad to know that there will be a short break before dinner. However, there are a couple of issues to say before that. The first one comes from me, and it is in reference to the Worship Resources competition. The note I have says that this, if possible, is to be read in the 16:30 session on the 8th. It's the 10th now, in case you've lost track. As part of our worship, we have sung 2 new hymns, and we will listen to some poetry later in our assembly. They are winning entries in our 50th anniversary Worship Resources competition, which was launched at Assembly last year. 8 judges, including the noted composer Bernadette Farrell, whose work includes Christ Be Our Light, judged dozens of entries from choirs, bands, individuals, songwriters, hymn writers, organists, composers, and poets. Starting off with traditional and contemporary hymn categories, along with poetry and rap, which sadly didn't receive any entries, it became clear that the traditional contemporary division was difficult to define, and therefore the judges renamed the categories as hymn set to an existing melody, hymn set to an original melody, and a poem. 3 winners were chosen from the anonymised entries. They are Colin Thompson, whose entry God of the Pilgrim Way won the hymn set to an existing melody category, even if none of us knew the melody. And he didn't write that bit. Stephen Newell and Naomi Sharp, whose entry Together Through the Father's Love won the hymn set to an original melody category, and we sang that this morning. And Neil Thorogood, whose entries Always Trust the Star That Guides Us on the Way won the poetry category. Each will receive an award for that, and their entries will be included in a digital resource pack for local churches, and all are encouraged to use them. Films of the hymns and the poem will be available on the URC website and the URC's YouTube channel. I am sure that Assembly would like to show its appreciation to the winners and to all who entered the competition. And I'm now, I think, passing over to the clerk, who will do some practicalities about this evening.
Thank you, Moderator. The parallel sessions are this evening. The list's outside on the board if you've forgotten where they are. Just to reiterate, the Faith and Order and Ministries parallel session is in this room, Derbyshire Hall. Parallel sessions will start promptly at 8 o'clock, and we will have evening prayers in this room at 9 o'clock, and the chaplain's nodding, so I got that right. Parallel sessions are for questions and scrutiny of the written reports. You can't start moving resolutions in there, and so if any of that arises, we'll deal with that tomorrow morning.
So, Assembly, we are adjourned until the parallel sessions at 8 o'clock. Enjoy your dinner.